What's up, everybody? This is Kurt H. I am the Lazy Farmer, and I'm back again. Second stream of the day. Yeah, I redid OBS, and we're just going to run a little test here. We're going to work the RV64. I don't know how long we're going to stay with it today. I might go do 1 hour, 2 hours. It might be longer than that. I don't know. But anyway, we're back here. Let me get into this screen here, and let's see, Discord's opened up, so we can hear my keys off right now. We're not doing TeamSpeak. All right, desktop audio. All right, we're back. So anyway, let's get back into this. Back, and let's see, we're uphill, so am I going to roll backwards on me? You going to do me a favor, roll backwards a little bit? Nope. Hit a little. All right, uncouple. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to be using this this first boxcar here as a shoving platform, because I need to go up. In fact, that boxcar goes right there to JWD. That'll be the next stop, but I need to come into here. I don't know. I have to look at my consist to see if I have anything for CSS, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back and I'm going to grab some of these tankers from HPI. I will tell you right now, I do not have enough room in here. I got a lot of tankers on this. I'll be very surprised if I can get them all in. But sometimes this, Run8 surprises me. When I think that I can't get a tanker in there, I can. So, or get the string of cars that I have. But if you look, I mean, look at all the tankers I have right there. So we're going to see how many we can get in. Do the best we can with what we got. But the first order of business is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to pull up. And we're going to back out. Grab the cars, pull those out, and then we'll pull the tankers up and put them in. So the RV64, it's actually quite a long run. It is I think the first time I did it, it almost took like 8 hours to do the whole run. So there's a lot of switching, a lot of runarounds, things like that. So I'm actually starting to think, thinking the idea of changing this to where we're going to get on slow speed on they really go flying here. Changing it. Okay. Hang on. Yep, put that back. Oops. And put that back. And clear it. There we go. Changing it to maybe alternating the industries. So we'll turn it from RV64 to RV640 and 641, and then we'll alternate the industries. So I think it'd be a good thing to go through, and every other industry will be one local or the other. So that way the entire run still has to be, the Valley sub still has to be run. I think if I do like the front half one number, the back half another number, then I think the front half is just going to get worked, the back half won't. That's what I thought. That's my thoughts there. So, all right, here we go. Let's slow this down. So actually, while I'm waiting there, I'm going to go ahead and hit the brakes on that. I want to go check something down here. I do have 2 for CSS. Okay. So I'm going to grab not only the CSS cars, but all the tankers as well too. but we're going to do it a little bit different. I'm not sure if it's the most efficient way, and I think that's probably the one thing on railroading that I'd be more interested in, is like, what's the most efficient way? I mean, these are really interesting puzzles. So if you were here earlier with me earlier, I think you guys saw that in the Roseville Yard there were these two trains for this particular run out the valley sub. So I've got to run them. I mean, I've got a lot of cars sitting there, a lot of things to be worked on the NorCal server. Once again, we'll talk about the NorCal. If you want to play, come play on the NorCal server. All you need is the SPUP DLC and the base. Of course, the base game. Always the base game. Just, you know, the Barstow area. But, you know what? I'll grab these cars, then I'll grab those. That'll be my separator. Plus, you'll keep all the cars that need to go back to Roseville to get sorted. Ah! I'm sorry. Someone just let me a joke. That was funny. Slow down. Basically, it was like a coloring book page of a turtle with words, you know, basically written above it. He goes, many 3-year-olds have problems staying within the lines. Color this turtle and practice. Maybe then you too can learn to stay between the lines. And it was left on his car. So that's one of my pet peeves out there in the world. I go to a park and I try to put my car right between the lines, and I'm pretty good at it. Just automatically do it right in the middle of the lines. But there's always those people that park on the line. They park over the line, and then they get mad if you park normal. No, I did my job. I parked normal. I parked in consideration of others. Maybe you all need to learn to do the same thing. So, all right. F7 it. Pick the brakes off. We're going to pull forward. Get off slow speed. How many do I have right here? Got 8. I think I got more than 16. But we'll see. And whatever we can't fit, we'll just go back to Roseville and get pushed over the hump again. Like I said, I mean, Run8 surprises me sometimes. I can't tell you the number of times that I actually thought that I'm not going to get all those cars in there, but I'll try. And sure enough, I do. They all fit. Sometimes Otto knows what he's doing, and then sometimes he doesn't. Okay. That's 5. Come off those brakes. All right, we're gonna run up here. Maybe I will. Oh, slow down. I mean, like, slow way down. Don't make me go into emergency.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh, that was right about 5 miles an hour. Definitely a little too fast. Actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can fit more than 10. On the attach point. Go another notch. Speed this up a little bit. So the 3 destinations that we set up are only Ogden, OG, HK, which is Hinkle, Oregon, of course Ogden, Utah, and then WC is West Colton, and so in California. Those are the 3 closest hump yards to Roseville hump yard. So we just made those the overall destinations. So, but one of the things that we also did, let's go ahead and buy some air and get on the ground, is that some of these industries just don't send cars off map. They send them to other industries as well too. So if you looked at those 2 cars that I picked up from CSS there, that one car is going to go off map, the other car is going to go to another industry in Roseville, or it might go to an industry in Sparks, you know, depending. All right, so first car is HPI. So I have 27 cars. There is no way I can fit 27 cars in there, but I will fit what I can, and the rest will have to go back to Roseville with me. All right, where's the next one? Is JWD. JWD, BWF, and EAS, which are all going to require some form of a runaround. So let's take a look and see. I know that first car, that's right on the where the locomotives are, that's JWD, BWF, EAS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no way. And BWF is going to be the same way. So some of these cars will be going back to Roseville with me. I'll put in what I can to fill the tracks, but yeah, some of them will be going back to Roseville with me. Which is really going to make for some very interesting switching. And why has that happened? Well, I think that has happened because we called for some supply trains when we didn't need supply trains. We just needed to work what we had. It's all right. It's all good. I think maybe the rule of thumb is if you're pulling cars out of an industry but you got nothing going in, and you're seeing that all on that one particular local, then maybe it's time to call for a supply train on that local. Boom. All right. Get on the ground. I'm going to pull forward up a little bit here. Reel off. And somewhere down there I got CSS as well too, which I got 2 cars that need to go in there as well. So I got to find those. But what it really comes down to right now, I don't need any supply trains. I have an abundance of cars that need to be worked, and I'm not going to get them all in. So if you do come on either NorCal or Mosel and you've got that situation, just whatever cars you can't fit, just take them back to the yard. Easy, simple enough. Yep, creeping just up a little bit. Okay, we're going to stop here. We'll go ahead and let those pull through. And once we get down to the end down there, yeah, there's no way. But we'll do what we can. Like I said, we'll put in what we can. And I got another train sitting in the yard down there that's got about as many tankers on it. Ah, Crop has joined the session. Welcome back, Crop. Yeah, this is one of my next. I got a number of those cars. I pretty much guarantee you I'm not going to be fitting those all in there either. So, I mean, there's a lot. This train is overloaded. But, like I said, we'll just take it. I'm going to keep repeating myself. We'll fit what we can, and then take the rest back to Roseville. Push it over the hump. Let's sort it into a new train. Yeah. Okay. Anybody want to guess how many cars we're going to fit? Yeah, SP is going to be. So actually, you mean he's not watching? I think. Let's see. So very simple. The tagging system is if you see an SP, it goes to Sparks. If it's an RV, it goes to Roseville. So like this car here is RV, that's Roseville, so it goes to the Roseville Yard. 64 is the RV64 local, which is what we're working right now. SMD is the code for the industry that needs to be worked. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I'm thinking maybe 4. So good news, bad news is good news is the industries are going to get filled. Bad news is we have to bring the air cars back to the yard so they get pushed over and delivered at a later time. I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
What's up?
Question that Crop's asking. Any specific train makeup rules they should be aware about?
As long as it has enough power to make it over the
mountain,
mountains.
or yeah, or you know, keep the industries together. Oops, I can't type. All right. This is a 55-mile-an-hour zone right here? Are they kidding? Thank you, Mike.
Problem. I figured that would make it easier on us. That we could
Yeah.
talk to each other.
Whoa. Yeah, that's an emergency panic stop I just did right there. Without going into an emergency. All right, so yeah, those are all have their handbrakes turned on because I panicked. You know, back in the day, they used to have circles, little tiny circles for where the industries, you had to park the cars for the industries.
Yeah.
And they got rid of those. So these little tiny dots that I can barely see. It's like one right there. I see no other, so that's my last one. Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed on the Depot Plus they normally put like a MOW flag
Right.
right at
Yeah,
the end of it.
that's exactly what I'm going to do. And they do it on Mateo's server as well, too.
Yeah.
That was the first place I saw it. Okay. So pretty much right about there is good. You can go past the flag a little bit with the car, but you can see like there's an orange dot there, an orange dot there. And there's a couple more orange dots. I see some more here. Hang on. Or am I looking at, oh, I'm looking at the other track. Never mind. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, I need to take the handbrakes. Actually, the easiest way to do that would be handbrakes off and then put the handbrakes on here. There we go. here. All right. Oh, I did it. I forgot to close the valve. But I hit F7. I rectified that situation with the F7 key on the control panel. There is no F7 key, guys. So this one, I go farther back, and then they have an orange dot like right there. So I can basically, they're telling me I can go ahead and block this switch, which, yeah, I guess I could. So I wonder how many cars I'm going to have left over. Hmm. I didn't want that one to ground. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars that I couldn't fit. All right, let's go up. Run this up. And then we'll go find the cards for CSX, which I think I'm looking at right there. We'll set those in here, and then we'll figure out JWD is next. That's the car right behind the locomotives. And then after JWD, we've got Blackwood. We'll see Geldwin Windows is JWB. We just did Heritage Propane. Camblin Steel Services is next. That's right here. I think those two cars right there. And then, like I said, we got Blackwood Furniture and Energy Absorption Systems, which was no way we're going to get. That's all these cars right here. And I think the rest of these look like they may... I mean, I've got one for Save Mart Distribution. That's on the way back. And I think the rest get worked into, was it Sierra Pacific Industries? So overall it is, I mean, crop wasn't wrong. I mean, overall it is an easy one. It's just way too many cars. So I don't know if we need to go to drill down to just do it like this, or reduce the number of cars that are called. Well, that wouldn't make a difference, because if I call for, or if anybody calls for supply train for the RV64, it's going to send me whatever. So I'll still end up with an overabundance. Yeah, SMD is, let me go up here. I want to take a look at something. So that's JWD. BWF, I might be able to fit all of them in. EAS will be close too, but there's no, I'm going to have to do a couple runs, because look, it's only got 620 feet right here. And that includes the locomotives. Interesting. So I'm thinking pushing back, connecting, pushing back a little bit, coming back in, swapping the JWD. And see, these two are the only ones for CSS. And all these are Sierra Pacific. What's down here? And this is BWF at the end. Okay. Trying to come up with a plan of action. Hmm. Whoops. Did it again. Too much on the brakes. Okay, let's run up. Right, push back. Unlock those. Nope, I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way. Go forward. No, I do want to go in reverse. What am I doing? Okay, it opened up on its own. Sweet. I can go forward now. Oh, what are you stopping for? Well, they brakes on. Oh, I guess I did hit a little bit of brakes on. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to connect the air to it because I'm going to try to kick it down into those cars. Beautiful. It's slowing down, so I'm going to hit the brakes on that one. Whoa. Oh, that was a little rough. I was busy looking at the map. All right, we'll back into these, and then we'll go find the CSS and put those away. And we're gonna go down the thing here because like on the back end, I've got black gold. Oops. So we're gonna come in, go down here, come back out again, and we're gonna try to see what we can service as far as black gold furniture, which is on the very end of the consist, and then we have energy absorption systems. So it may be pulling that up and then sticking the rest of the train on the main. Okay. Oh, not bad. CSS is right there. So that works out perfect. Well, that's the ones I picked up. Never mind. But I need to get these two right there. Okay. CSS. All right, back up into them. Feeling a little efficient today. I don't know.
You happen to have the password for the consist editor?
It should be.
Oh, write it down.
Hang on. Yeah, no, I know I'm not going to say it, but I was thinking that
Yeah.
you should already be given that. No, I wonder if I have it.
Yeah, it's requesting it.
Um, that's not what I want. You know what? I don't even have permission for it. That's something we need to reach out to Beer on.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Oh, here we go. E-stop. Mm-hmm. HBF. Where's H? Oh, I know where that's on the way back. That's another one that's on the way back. On the way back, we drop off at HB Fuller, Save Mart Distribution, and LB Construction. I don't know if I have anything for them. See, I don't think he's still home yet, too, so we can always message him in Discord.
Yeah.
What's up, Jerry? Hello again. I decided to come back on, so I know you needed your fix for Run 8, Jerry. Which actually brings me a question: is if you sign on to NoCal, are you getting? Well, I think pretty much almost everybody who signs on NoCal, you get consist editor permissions.
Let me try it out.
Because I think, yeah, I'm pretty much sure that I have it set for Anarchy. All right. So these are going. these cars here are one of my next stops. I actually look at this. I think I might be able to get all those in. That's that one. That's HB Fuller, which will put those two cars together if I can. That'd be perfect. HPI, nope, those are my overflows. They go back. Just trying to help, Jerry. Just trying to help, you know. But I was just thinking too, and this is just friendly advice, but if your first component that you ordered was a hard drive, you can get your old system back up and running. Still order parts to upgrade your other system. You build your new system. You can get your Run 8 fix. Just a thought. Okay, so EAS. So the next one that I want to do is on the end of this string right here. This is going to be this will be interesting. All right. Going forward. I know a lot of people have been talking about the stuttering effect that they're getting in Run 8. I think that might have something to do with Run 8's anti-aliasing. I'm not sure though. But I don't get it in anything else other than Run 8, so I'm thinking it's got to be in their Run 8. What does it look like if I turn it off? It's the same.
Interesting. It's not letting me access the show password on the MoCal.
Huh. But when you sign in, it should tell you your notifications if you have it or not.
It's not letting me access the password bot.
Really?
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, you're already active. You try slash refresh.
It's not even coming up.
Which channel are you in?
The TLF, the bottom of the wholesale channel.
Mosel operations? Or Mohawk operations?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're active. Oh, you know, oh yeah, no, you already exist. So, because I know you had that problem with your account at one time.
Yeah.
So you already exist, you're active. I know you were on the other day. Oops. So I just sent it to you in Discord. That's the password that I was able to get for your
Okay.
account, but I don't know why you're not seeing the bot. The car's right here. Till we get to Blackwood Furniture is what we're looking for next. Actually, I'll come up here. Did I help you? Jerry said,
Um.
yeah, Jerry says it's working. He got into it.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why you're seeing it. Like I said, I mean, I looked at it. Says you're active. I tried to add you back, and it said nope, you're already active. So 2 different times it told me you were active, and then I just generated that password from your account.
What's the IP address? You can send it to me in the message.
That will be in if you go into the TLF server. Up and where's it at? Is it in operations? Yeah, yes, it is. It's in if you're on that same channel, the Mohawk operations. If you scroll up, it's like the second message. It has the IP address.
Oh, okay, got it.
I am a bit busy today, Bob. How you doing? Welcome back. Well, I redid my OBS for streaming because I was having some issues on the stream this morning, and so I decided to continue on. And I'm going up the Valley sub right now, working one of the 2 trains. There's a lot of stuff, and I got a lot of cars that, well, a lot of these cars are going to be heading back. So what was the other one? The HPI, which was Heritage Propane. Yeah, that one I couldn't fit all the cars. So some of those cars will come back, and then they'll get pushed over the hump, resorted, and all right. So here's BWF.
Yeah, I'm in already.
You are? Okay. And it should, like I said, up in the upper left-hand corner as you sign in, it should tell you that you have consist editor permission. So that pretty much, he might have it set as oligarchy.
Yeah.
You know, at which point I think that might be a configuration on his side. He was supposed to set it up so I can get into the server, but we just never got around to it.
Yeah.
All right. Do I want to do this? All right, I'm going to drop the BWF cars here. This is going to pull through back onto the main. I'll push all the cars back down the main, and I'll have to come back down, work the BWF cars, and then somehow get the other ones that I need in here as well too. Maybe do those first. I don't know. That's an energy absorption system, so actually we're going to come up first. That might be the thing to do. Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to create some job orders, so
Gotcha.
whoever wants to come in.
So you needing a supply train?
No, well, I have one in the yard right now. I just
Okay.
need to create for the
I'll put
job
in.
order for the industries.
Gotcha. Let's go EAS. I think I'm going to do these first. Okay. Hello, dispatcher. I'm going to be tying up the main on the Valley sub, so go ahead, have a coffee break. Now, this is interesting. None of these cars are going to turn into this road, but yet they all stop right there. And there they go. Ah, I didn't get it in time. Going a little bit fast. You blocked the intersection. Ah! That almost hit me in the head. People to use that. As long as I'm not longer than 620 feet, I should be able to get into EAS. Oh. Okay, let's see. Touch point. Should be good with the gas. I should be able to get all those in there. Oh yeah. first. Take the pressure off the coupler. Okay. Forward. And total 547. We have 620 feet to go to work with up there. And then I gotta drop these cars again to grab the one that's in there. So even when I add the other one in there, as long as I don't go over 620 feet, I should be able to fit in there and get all these in there. Who has something to drink? Alright. And then back over here. Brakes on this one. That's plenty. But how about we release the coupler too? Fault thing. Alright. And it's the brake, but I'm not going to air it up. What is this one? Full, empty, in between. Oh, empty, heading for Ogden. No, keep going, keep going. Good girl. All right. So if I connect this one, and if we're still under 620 feet, I should be able to get in. Okay. Please. That's it? Okay. Oh, here we go. 605. We're 15 feet just shy. It'll be a squeaker. So I'm going to ride the front just to make sure I don't hit the bumper. And this is where we find out if the map is right. Because the map says 620 feet. Oh, you know what? I got to put air in it. F7 cheat.
I'm back.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
So this part of the train, I don't know if you heard, this part of the train is 605 feet, and according to the map, I got 620 feet to play with.
Oh man, it's gonna be tight.
It's going to be tight. All right. So let's see. That's how close I am to the bumper. And am I clear of the switch? Just clear of the switch. I think 620 was accurate. Accurate enough, at least.
Yep, that's pretty tight.
Yep. Which means the next pickup is going to be interesting too, because I will have to pull these out, and then drop them on the main line and go in and get the next ones and then put them in. Because I've got one extra car, which was the one pickup that I did. Okay, that's a good drop. I'm gonna get the pickups out of BWF, which would be Blackwood Furniture. We'll pick those up. And then go down, and we got to pull forward and take those cars. Basically, set the extra cars out on the main line and put Blackwood Furniture in their place, and then we can head on up the road. Yes, we are. We are actually hanging out in my Discord channel on the Roseville Tower. Alright, we're going to grab these cars here.
I'll be back in a few.
Oh, okay. Alright, connect, hit the F7 sheet, release the handbrakes, pull forward. Then we're going to go back and hook up to those cars, and we're basically going to pull up along this track here and until Blackwood Furniture comes up. We'll drop those there, and then we're going to have to do basically what we just did for EAS, same thing, but we'll connect the next set of cars to what we have here on the main line. It's probably a better way of doing this, but it's the way that I'm going to do it. Hey, get back here. All right. Back up. Okay. It just cracks me up. I'm like way over here. And why are these guys? Oh, they're all just stopping. They're all rail fans. That's what it is. Those are all rail fans watching me work. How cute. bit of the go juice because I'm going uphill. Two cars, one car, half, and coupled. There we go. Back on the ground. Let's go take a look at the switch. Am I clear of the switch? No, I need to push back a little bit. I can push back quite a bit. Okay. Oh, F7 cheat, off the brakes. First, let's push. Helps if you come off the brakes so that you can actually start rolling forward. Oh, looks like Jerry's there, but he's muted.
Back.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
Jerry made it into the channel. I don't think he's figured out.
Nice.
Yeah, he's here, but I mean, he's muted, so. Sounds like it must be on his end. Oh, you know what? Well, it says you're NorCal members, so you should be able to speak in there. Let me. Yeah, NorCal members, you have permission.
He's doing it from his phone?
Yeah, he is doing it from his phone.
Let me see if I could do it on my phone.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, because it comes up, it says he's got NorCal memberships. Let me when I stop the train here, I'll look at it. I'll look at the permissions a little bit deeper. Maybe something's set wrong. Knowing me, probably something set wrong.
Yes, hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so it is working for me then. So I'm off my phone right now.
Okay. Let me take a look at yours.
Well, unmute his on his end.
No, actually, you know what? You got different permissions.
Oh, okay.
Let me look at. I gotta look at the permissions on this side. Give me a minute here, Jerry. As soon as I pull forward here, I'll stop the train.
Yeah, let me get back on my PC. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
yeah, because you're a yard master, so you have those permissions.
Oh, okay.
Right, stop. You stop. There we go. Okay, that one I want. That one will stay closed. Okay. Let's take a look at channel missions.
I'm back.
Welcome back, sir. Jerry, try now. Yeah. The standard NorCal members did not have permission to speak.
Yeah, that's probably just a setting on your end.
Yeah, I just changed it. He might have to back out and come back in again. What's up, Elscar? Hello, Mike. I think I need to look at both permissions, actually. I'm looking at... How can we expect somebody to actually read the work orders in Discord if they can't read the work orders in Discord?
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll probably have to take the locks off the channels. Oh, that's probably why, because they're locked.
Yeah. So I've changed it so normal NorCal members can actually speak in the channels now. So Jerry, you might, yeah, I am feeling a little bit better. I'm still, it's playing havoc, man. The COVID's playing havoc with me, and it's not the first time. So I've got, not prescriptions, but appointments with cardiologists and nephrologists. But even here around the house, if I get up and start trying to move, I mean, it's like it's laborious. So it's okay, whatever. I'll fight through it and I'll survive. So, but thanks for asking. What's up, Jeff? How you doing? Railroader's fun. I got back into it. I started playing. I took all the mods out of it though. Well, that's not entirely true. I took all the mods out and then I added the mod that increases the stuff around what's the first town there, Whittier and such. So basically, it was a Bird Town, I think is what they call it. I added that, but other than that, all the other mods I took away. I wanted to start playing vanilla, but Bird Town looked interesting, so I added it. So, but honestly, I mean, with going down the rabbit hole of Flight Simulator until yesterday and today, I haven't really done a lot of trains. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, you need to back up so I can release the tension on that coupler. Ah, gotcha. Okay. I haven't, you know what? I haven't tried any of the whistle or the horn, whistle or horn mods at all. I think there's something to be said for running vanilla, to be honest with you. Okay, now I can release. Let's go forward. And away we go. $1,200 cars a day. Yeah, that was my problem too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I forgot what the name of the mod is, but there's one that like just you would get cars all at all the different transfer points and stuff. It just, I don't know. It got to be too much. So if that was the only train game that I was going to play, probably would have stayed with it. But it's not, so I'm not. I got too many other things. Like I said, if you looked at the stream yesterday and the one from this morning, yeah, I've pretty much settled on Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm going to be adding that to some of the streams. I want to look and make sure that I can run Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. But the things aren't out yet. I mean, there's no way to tell. I know there's a lot of speculation on what it's going to take to run that machine. What's that?
I was jerking back in, but he's still muted.
He's still muted. He's got permissions. That's weird. Now let's do... Yeah, that's it. Interchange is some kind of madness. Definitely right there, Scar. I mean, Railroad was a lot more fun if you have some other people to play with. But it's great. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it looks great, plays great. It is definitely a good game, and I call it a game because it's got the money aspect to it. So, I bet I just got that. I didn't even think about it. I probably just got the notification, but I'm just running my own thing here. That's why I'm not playing on the Depot Plus that much anymore. I'm too much of a casual player. Don't you stop on me. You know, and when things get so busy on it that it's almost becomes like work. I think that's where multiplayer kind of helps, especially here like on NorCal or Mosel. The more people we can get to come on and play, the better. But otherwise, you just do what you can do. Alright, so I'm going to hook up to this. I'm going to push back so I can clear the switch. And I'll go back and I got to set those cars all the way down there into that industry, and then on we go to the next. Let me see. I don't understand why he can't talk. NorCal members. There. They can connect. They can speak. Read message history. Yeah, there should be no reason for him to be muted. He's got permission. Anybody that's part of NorCal has permission to speak now. That he's muted and deafened. That's actually Discord. He did that himself. Whoa! Slow down. Under 5, under 5, under 5, under 5. Good. All right. F7 cheat. Off the brakes. Let's go ahead and start pushing back a little bit. Like I said, until the locomotives clear the switch. Nothing like tying up the main line. Oh, I just imagine all those trains sitting on the Feather River subdivision, waiting for the Valley subdivision to clear, because I got it all tied up. Very good. All right, Scar, that's perfect. Yeah, because I know that I know we got you into NorCal, and then Beer gave you permission for Mateo. So if you, basically it comes down to, if you pass the Mateo skills check, we're going to clear you for NorCal and Mosel. That's on Beer right there. So I see Jerry left again. And Mateo's had to do it. Mateo, I think, in a lot of ways, Mateo's server is more busy. And this is coming from Beer. I think it's more busy, and the reason it's more busy is because it's kind of a more relaxed, laid-back atmosphere. I'm not talking bad about Depot Plus. I'm not. But I got into Plus. I passed their skills check. But I'm too much of a casual player, so I'm putting this on me. They're more serious about the railroading sim. And that's, I think, a lot of them are all retired railroaders or active duty railroaders. So they're playing like how they work, and that's fine. That's okay. And they need a place. But for that casual player, I think, what we're looking at, Mateo server, High Green, Mohawk Selkirk or Mosel server, NorCal server, this is the place to be. I like playing casual. Nice. Lots of work to do on Mosel, Scar. Get busy. You don't even have to wait for the skills check. You can just jump in. There's all kinds of work. I mean, on the TLF server, I've got some work orders that I put up. It's just generally like over here on NorCal. If there's something that needs to be done, just do it. So there are some work orders that, pretty much all the work orders that I've created are going to be repeatable. It's going to be the same thing over and over again. Nothing special. Selkirk is primarily where I'm focusing right now. I do need to start working on getting some things done through DeWitt, especially the Utica yards. But there's a lot that needs to be done just out of the, I did yesterday. I did out of Guilderland. I worked the Guilderland area. Schenectady needs to be worked. There's 2 locals that run out of Schenectady, and then there's the RJ Corman that works out of Rotterdam. So now there's cars sitting there waiting to be worked. So there's all kinds of stuff that needs to be done. And I mean, then there's always, you know, I think there's like 4 trains in the receiving yard that need to be pumped, and then there's the bowl probably can be used to be cleared and trains sent out. And if you want to know what to do, there is on the TLF server, there is the operations manual that I did get from the Depot Plus that will help you out. I would definitely read through that. It is the most up-to-date manual created on the Depot Plus. All the other operations manuals are like years behind. So on the Depot Plus side of things, honestly, I think the gentlemen that play on the Mohawk and Selkirk servers over there probably have their act together more than the other locations do. That's my perception. Right or wrong, that's my perception. So if you're gonna go Depot Plus, play on the Mohawk and Selkirk. They're good guys. They really are. It's just that, you know, hey, you know what? If I don't walk a train to check everything, you know, and then get talked to about it, you know, I'd rather use the F7 cheat and hit the button to release the brakes and head on down the road. But these guys play like they did in real life. You know, they walk their train, they check everything, and that can be checked inside the server, and they move on, and that's okay.
Trying to help Jerry.
What's that?
I'm gonna keep trying to help Jerry.
Okay.
Talk to it.
So it's still come up saying that he does not have permission?
Just muted. I think I might have found the solution for him.
Okay. Because, I mean, if anybody else that wants to come in, we're in the Roseville Tower. If you're part of the NorCal server, you should get access to speak. And we're in the Roseville Tower channel. You know, the initial part of it, yeah. I mean, there's some things that you can do. I ran an awful lot of road trains or intermodals, and it's cumulative. So the last couple of hours that I did, I was on the Pittsburgh server, and the reason I went there is because honestly nobody was on that one, and which is what really led me to get led us to get NorCal going. Because there's an awful lot of people that like NorCal, and they were kind of upset that the Depot Plus killed NorCal for Pittsburgh. And they'll even tell you too that it's been disappointing because people jumped on the Pittsburgh for about a day and then they went off somewhere else. So, you know, what is what it is. I don't. But to get the time in, fortunately I was on vacation. It was the beginning of my vacation, so I was able to get the time in and get through the skills check and everything else. Yeah, you're gonna tell me I was. No, it didn't tell me that time. But there's absolutely, I'm going to tell you right now, there's absolutely nothing wrong. If you want to raise your game on playing as realistic as possible, I'm going to tell you right now, Depot Plus is where you want to go. But if you're a very casual player, you know, and you just want to be involved in a community that you know, they're good guys. No one's going to yell at you if you. And I've made some mistakes on the Mateo server, and I never got yelled at. It's like, hey, just do this and this next time, and we can help you fix it. Oh, okay. Thanks for the advice. So, yeah, it's like my skills check was okay. The guy was nice, but it was one lecture after another. And I think, Mike, if I can use your experience,
Yeah.
you failed your first skills check, right?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
I think it was my train operations.
So I thought it was like speed or something like that. So, and that was the biggest thing too that they got me on. They passed me,
Oh, I
but
ran the absolute yellow, I think, or
okay.
something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, they got me for being like I was constantly getting lectured for being like 1 or 2 miles over the speed limit. Well, this is the place, Scar, right here. So I just happened to be on, and I'll tell you the truth. I've been on Mosel because that's the server I'm hosting. Kung Fu Beer is hosting NorCal. And this morning, when I got up to get ready to stream, I was going to go back to Mosel and stream. And then I went and was looking at all the logs for our password bot. And I was reading through the logs just to see if anybody was having issues. And I noticed I got deleted because I hadn't been on NorCal in a while. So I figured I better get on NorCal. So just simply I had, how to figure how to switch to push to talk. I got you. Is that what it is? Because you're not. It's not set for push to talk, but you're coming in, Jerry, as muted, but you have permission to speak. I need somebody else. I know you did, Mike. You did on your phone, but I need somebody on their computer to come in and try to see if they can speak in the Roseville Tower. And that way we can narrow it out. Because I know if you can speak from your phone, but you got Yardmaster privileges. If we can get somebody to come in that just has NorCal privileges. Actually, I need to look. Is Scar on here? You know what? I don't even see Scar as part of being. I know you asked, but I'm looking. Scar did. I know he asked. I just don't see. For some reason, I'm not seeing him. Oh, there he is. He's got NorCal membership too. So yeah, Scar, if you want, I don't know if you're in a position to do it, but if you want to try to connect to on my server, not the TLF server, but on my server, and come into the Roseville Tower, see if you can speak. It says required when I join the voice. Required. They drill down. Well, NorCal members are a role here. Okay, so that's good. That's in that whole channel. And Jerry, you have NorCal membership. If I go to permissions here, NorCal members. View channel, manage channel, blah, blah, blah. Create an invite, connect. You can connect to it, which we know you can, and speak. Yeah, you have. So you have permission to speak. I just thought of something for you, Mike. Hang on.
Yeah.
Need to. You said something earlier, and I didn't even think about it. And
Oh, the unlock the voice channel.
oh, it's the. Aha! Try to see if you can use the slash command now.
Yeah, it works.
There you go. Okay, so that I did. I changed that. I changed voice. So I know Jerry should have voice. Anybody that's part of NorCal should have voice. And then same thing as far as the NorCal, and then the Yard Master should also have ability to do slash commands as well too. So it's there. So I think it's. I really think it's something on Jerry's side. Not to point the fingers at you, Jerry, but I'm pointing the fingers at you. All right, let's hook up and continue on with what we're doing. Okay, so Scar's going to try to see if he can get in.
Yes, there he is.
There's Scar. Yep, and he's not muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Yes.
fine. Welcome.
Very good. I'm glad you could hear me.
Yeah, so, okay, so that tells me it's set right. So it's got to be something on Jerry's side. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead. Let's F7, come off the brakes. Push back a little bit so I can clear the switch. Oh, the subwoofer sounds are amazing. All right, go forward. Come down here.
Oh, okay. So I think he has to set up his voice push to talk button on his Discord.
Oh, for on his phone.
Yeah.
God, it's been so long since I've used Discord on my phone, I couldn't even tell him where to find that. Alright, so I just got to drop these cars off. These industries are done. So that's all the 3 along here, which would have been Geldwin, windows and doors, Blackwood furniture, which I'm doing right now. Energy absorption is done. I know I can do at least 7 cars at a time. Now, energy absorption could take more, but I need to do at least 7. It's getting a little warm here. Let me see what the temperature is. Ooh, 91. Let me be back in a minute. I'm going to go close my windows and make sure the AC is running.
All right.
All right, gentlemen, I'm back. You know, yesterday it was like I ran the AC and I'm like, man, my room's still warm. Why isn't the AC not? Thank you. Why is the AC not working? I forgot I closed the vent because I was not feeling well and the cold air was just not the thing I wanted to feel at the time. Oh, you know what? Look at that. Look what's on now. Let me grab this. Here we go. We're going to close that and we're going to remove the EOT. There we go. Close the vent before you remove the EOT or you're going to blow the blow your pneumatics. All right, let's back up here. All said, man, it's been, you know, well, 2.5 hours and I'm only halfway done with this run. And I still have, when I get done up at, I guess the next, you know, next on the list after this is we go Sparky's Fireworks, which I don't think I have anything for that. I'll take a look at the consist or the switch list. And then I have Sierra Pacific. That's the biggest part of my, what I got. Oh, looks like Scar left. What's required? Is it interesting? Is this saying that push to talk is required?
Yeah, on his end.
Yeah, it's not on. Not in the permissions. Going down. Wait, what? There you go. Try that. I did find one that was not set either yes or no. It was just in limbo. Use voice activity.
Yeah, he's good now.
So
Hello?
there he
There
is.
you are.
So it was on my side.
I don't know if it was on your side or my side because I was just poking buttons on the phone trying to get it to work.
Now there's a setting in Discord that says it wasn't set either way, but it's for, you know, for, hey, you know, you use voice activity, so you just have to talk, or you force people to say push to talk, you know, use push to talk. Well, if you're, well, I better pay attention to what I'm doing. So if it's not set either way, it's basically no. So I just put it, yeah, so I just put it to yes, and now you can just talk and have fun. All right, how we doing? Did I get them all in here? Ground view. And I did get them all in, and they're all in. Yep, we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and set some brakes. That's a good chunk. Between the tankers and Blackwood Furniture and the energy absorption systems, that's a lot of cars. And then I just, all this, except for that car right there, all of this goes to Sierra Pacific, and I do not think I'm going to get all those in there either. Sweet. All right, we're on our way to Sierra Pacific. Kind of, sort of. Well, Jerry, I'm sorry I put you through that. I feel bad.
It's all good.
Ooh, you're loud though. I know you're on your phone. Actually, that's a phone thing, because I noticed that even you, Mike, when you went to the phone, you're a little bit louder than when you're coming from your PC.
Oh, okay.
So that's all right. I can just dial you down on my side. You don't need to adjust anything on your side. So have you ordered your new hard drive, Jerry?
Not yet.
Alright, let's back up out of this. So that leaves Sierra Pacific, and then on the way back I've got HB Fuller, Save Mart, and LB Construction. And we'll take a look and see if I've got any Sparky's fireworks in here when I hook up. But it's good to see long strings of cars. And there's another train about this same size sitting down there in Roseville. And by the time we get things sorted, and if Mike sends me a train from Sparks, I'm probably going to have more for this run. But out of Roseville, the RV64 is going to be the biggest run out of all of them. The other two, because there's 3 locals out of Roseville, so the other 2 are very quick. And that's why I'm thinking about like dividing this up, and I might make like it would make sense HPI, CSS, and Sierra Pacific, 1 local, and then Sparky's, HB Fuller, Save Mart, basically all the other industries, make them all a different local. So you'll still have to run the full length of the Valley sub, but it should be quicker turns. Tell me what you guys think about that.
I like it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. And of course, anybody else is watching, watching the stream. If you like it, if you think it's better, if you got a better idea, go ahead and leave me a comment. Right after you hit the subscribe button and the like button, of course. Gotta throw that in. All right, so we're done here, and we're in the sighting. We're gonna go ahead and pull forward, connect to the rest of this consist, and go deliver the rest of this stuff. Go work the supply
So
chain.
did Beer say why you needed stitches today?
Yeah, he did. He said yesterday, and he shared this out in the chat, so I don't feel bad about talking about it. But yesterday, I guess he was carrying a miter saw, and the way he was holding it, I guess apparently the saw itself was not locked down, so it slid along the rails and slammed into his pinky. And so he sent me a picture of all the stitches, and I mean, he got a lot of stitches, and a couple of those stitches look like they went through the, like where your nail is at, went through the nail, through the finger, and out the other side. So he did a number on it. Whoa, 26 miles an hour is a little fast. You know what? I forgot all about that scar. I did not look at that. Out the game, class train driver. I'll have to look that one up. Remind me though. I will tell you. That's something else too, guys. I'm going to tell you that with the COVID, and I don't know if it's some of the medication that they put me on from the first major bout of COVID that I had, but I'm noticing that my memory is not what it used to be. And even like all know, I play Lord of the Rings Online. I've been playing that for 10 years. I know how to play that. Yeah, I know I just ran an absolute red signal. It's my railroad. I can do what I want. But yeah, I got into it this morning before I even started streaming, and I just wanted to do some maintenance, and it's stuff that I know how to do. But I sat there looking at the screen, going, "How do I do this? I know how to do this." So, I mean, COVID's no joke, guys. Don't play around. COVID brain, exactly. I mean, that's one of the things that they said a long time ago, that it will affect your memory. And then when I got done being in the hospital, earlier this week, I mean, the doctor goes, listen, you're in a position, you've had COVID before, you have this problem, this problem, this problem, and this problem already. COVID attacks those problems. Go make an appointment with your doctors, and go get checked out because it's playing havoc with you. So it is what it is. And this is, I mean, honestly, this is what you get for working at a high school, or just working at a school in general. Not a high school, but just school in general. The students are going to bring stuff from home. So,
Well, they bring stuff home too.
oh, they bring stuff from home that they shouldn't be bringing from home. So that's, like I said, that's the shenanigans, and I'm not going to go into any details on that. Y'all can imagine, but yeah. Okay, so I connected. I'm hitting F7. Well, I'm hitting the button that is the F7 on my rail driver. I use the pantograph button on the rail driver. So hitting F7, so the whole train is aired up, coming off the stops, going into engineer view. Let's do it the right way. Let's go ahead. I'm right here. Let's flip that back down. Hit that, and let's go ahead and give myself a light. Oh, look, it's flashing. Now they won't yell at me for running an absolute red. And yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, you're right. Middle schoolers, bring it home. High schoolers, bring it to school. And there's the variant that's going around right now is extremely virulent. And here's the sad thing. They asked me, do you want, they pulled my records, and they're like, oh, because they were asking me if I wanted to take a vaccine, and they're like, oh, it's in here not to take the vaccine. I'm like, no. When they first came out with the vaccines, I took the first Moderna one, and it messed me up. I think that was, in a lot of ways, that was actually worse than the COVID. And so it's in there. Do not give this patient the vaccine. So, all right, let's get out of here. Let's get moving. We're rolling. I've got no EOT on the end of it, so that's my bad, but that's okay. So we got a little, not too far. Got a little ways to go. Oh, I was going to look at the consist. Let me get on the ground real quick. Grab this. SBI, SBI, SBI. I have no Sparky's fireworks, so my next stop, wait a minute, what? Okay, yeah, my next stop is Sierra Pacific. Back into the engineer. So, anyway, yeah, COVID brain, I'm telling you, man, and I don't like it. It's kind of giving me a glimpse to, and the interesting thing is, like, was it Alzheimer's is now type 3 diabetes. So if you're diabetic, keep an eye on that. But yeah, no, it's but it's kind of giving me that what it might be like at the beginning stages of Alzheimer's. Like, okay, I know the answer to this. I mean, to the point, it's like, I know your name, I just can't say it. And it's my daughter that I'm talking to. So it's no joke, man. And but I'm also too, I don't want to run around with a mask on my face. I don't want to live my life paranoid.
Nobody should have to live that way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just, you shouldn't have to live paranoid, but the thing about it too, this is something that I've always said even before COVID, was like, if you're sick, stay home. Go to the doctor, call the doctor up, get a doctor's note for work, whatever you gotta do, but if you're sick, stay home. Don't try to be the man or the woman going, I'm going to tough it out and I'm going to work through this, because all you're doing is taking it to work and you're infecting your coworkers.
Yep.
You know, stay home.
Agreed.
So, but I mean, before COVID, it was like, oh man, you're sick, man. Come on in. You can handle it. You can tough it out. No, that's not the right thing to do. You know, and honestly, if you're sick, don't get on a plane. Don't get on a bus. Don't get on a train. Don't get on anything. Stay away from people. Because that's how we got it. Let me get sick with COVID, jump on a plane and fly to America.
Yep, that's how it got here.
Yep. All right, let's get a little more. Track speed right here. This is the main line, so track speed is 55 miles an hour, but I really don't want to do 55 because I want to be able to stop when it comes time to pull in. Since we don't have any Sparky's fireworks, which I need to take a look at that industry because I don't think I've ever picked up or delivered from that industry. Make a note. Where's my notepad?
Well, I hope Beer is well enough tomorrow that he can still do his stream.
Oh, he'll still do his stream. He won't let that go. I think my only thing is that, you know, we were chatting back and forth and that there hasn't been a whole lot of activity on NorCal. So I think a lot of that is we just need to stream it. He needs to stream it. I need to stream it. Same thing with Mosel. We need to stream it. We need to get it out there. I had a little bit of activity on Mosel. And then, of course, like I say, I took a couple months away from streaming, and it's going to benefit in the long run. But I did take a vacation from streaming, and which was not intended, but that's what happened. And I think if we just get more streams about Mohawk and Selkirk out there, and more streams about NorCal out there, people are going to want to come play.
I just need to get in there and start learning the area. So I think that's why I just go to SoCal just automatically, because I know the territory.
Yeah, and I get that. That's why NorCal is. I mean, I love NorCal, and because this is where I grew up. This is where I lived for a while. After because I grew up going through the area, and then just after I got married, we moved to the area, so I know it very well. And so it's like going back home, and so I'm familiar with it. Mosel I'm on a lot, and I'm going to tell you what really did it. It was the operations guide that I have for Mosel, so which is on my site. You can click on it. Why the Depot Plus doesn't make that available to the general public, I don't know. But it is very comprehensive. It is, out of all the operations guide on the Depot Plus, it's the most recent, and it's so very well done in their explanations of how things operate on those two DLCs, that if you want to know how something is done, read that guide. Get in there, download it, print it out, whatever you want to do. I mean, bring it up as you're playing. We already know how to. Oh, I'm out of the screen. Here we go. You already know how to push trains over the hump. You already know how to do that. You know how to build trains, whatever. But for me, especially when it comes down to CSX, it was learning the symbols. And when
that's another one.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing, is like when I started the idea of starting a Mohawk and Selkirk server, I went in and I found a website that has all the current symbols for CSX. So I changed all the symbols in the game. Well, then I had a problem with that server. So I had to buy a whole new system, which I did, and that's what's running now. But in that transition period, I ended up finding this operations guide, and I went, oh, reading through that guide, I went, okay, I get it now. And so, and I get the symbology, which we brought over to NorCal, on how the symbols work, and this is all Depot Plus. This was actually something that they started, and it just makes sense. So, you look at a symbol might be the first thing you might see SLK. Well, that's a car that's coming in, and it has to go to the Selkirk yard. The next symbol might be you might be something like, okay, B767, and so that car is going to go on to the local interchange of the B767, and after that you might see B758. Well, now you know that B758 runs out of the Schenectady yard, or you might see SCY for Schenectady. So okay, now you know that car is going to go, the B767 is going to take that car to Schenectady, and then the last symbol will be the actual symbol for the industry. So when you look at a train symbol, where when I started playing Run 8, you would just see, RV64, with an industry symbol. What's RV64? I don't know what that is. And I didn't know how to look up the industry. That was another issue. So, I mean, there is a very high learning curve to Run 8, but with the way they're doing the symbols at the Depot Plus, along with that operations guide for Mohawk and Selkirk, it brings it all together. And when you read through that, you're going to go, I get it. So
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, so here's what I know in a nutshell. The B767 runs from the Selkirk yard up to Rotterdam. It drops off at Guilderland, it drops off at Schenectady, and it drops off at Rotterdam. And then it would actually pick up, if there were cars being the way they're normally done, it would pick up at Rotterdam, go down to Schenectady, pick up at Schenectady, go to Guilderland, pick up at Guilderland, and then go back to Selkirk. And that's its normal run. So as long as the cars are sorted by the locals and the yards that they have to get dropped off. Okay, so there I just saw the symbol right there for Sparky's Fireworks. So we're coming up to, well, we need to start working. And this is going to be interesting because it's going to be one of those things too. I don't know if I'm going to have all the room I need. And at some point I got to have, I'm hoping, well, I mean, I've got almost 4,000 feet. My train's 3570, so I should hopefully have enough total to bring this train into the siding. But if I can sort it in the siding, that's going to be another story. Going to dynamic brakes, full on into the dynamics. So we're gonna start this slow down process here. And I want to take a look at how cars are situated.
Yeah, I can't even remember how I came across this sim.
Came across what, Moso?
No, the sim, the Run 8 sim.
It's a hidden gem, and it's not very well advertised. You know, my story, and I told it yesterday, and I tell it over and over again, that I mean, I was looking for something that was going to scratch that model railroad itch.
Yeah.
And there was nothing out there that did it. I mean, everything was scenario based. And I guess that's okay if that's what you want to do. If that's your cup of tea, great, you know. But it wasn't what I really wanted. Okay, I need to stop before I switch. Down to 7. All right, we're good. All right, we're gonna hold here. And so, you know, and that's where looking at all these different videos, and I can't remember who it was, but all I can say to them is thank you, because it was one person making a comment on somebody else's stream. Hey, this looks really good, but it's no Run 8. And that's all it was said. And I went, Run 8. And in all my searches on the internet, Google searches, Bing searches, Run 8 never came up. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, okay, here, YouTube. I stream to YouTube. I can go put in games, but Run 8 is not registered on YouTube. Run 8 is not registered on Twitch. So when these games are streamed to either one of those or any other, I'm not sure what the word I want to look for is, but if it's not out there, it's not advertised. Google's not going to find it because it's not on Twitch, it's not on YouTube. But it took that one person to say, hey, it's no Run 8. I went, Run 8, what's Run 8? And I looked into it and I went, and I said, and I tip of the hat, NS Horsehead SD70. He's got so many streams from version 1, version 2, and version 3 that I turned around and looked at it and I'm like, wow, I think this is what I want, you know. And it was enough to make me go, okay, I'm dropping the bills to get the base game. And that's all I got. I got the base portion of it, and that's all you need to start is Barstow, Needles, and Mojave. That's all you need. You know, $50. What's $50 nowadays? That's actually pretty cheap. All right, I'm trying to decide. I think I'm gonna pull. I don't know if I'm gonna pull. I gotta pull these first. So I'll pull those first, and I'll put them on the front end of this train, which means I got to push back when I do that, but that's okay. I may end up having to do a run around on this as well. So anyway, but yeah, I mean his videos really, you know, and I learned a lot. And I mean, trust me, I learned a lot. And I was like, why did I never hear about this? Why am I just finding it now? How come it never came up? You know, and that's the reason why. You found Run 8. See, that's another one. Kerbo's another good one too. So, I mean, and that's it. You know, you find it.
I couldn't tell you which stream I came across. But
What's up, Grandpa Rex? Welcome to the stream.
Version 2 that I purchased first.
Yeah, and see, I came in at version 3. You know, and all these years, I've been looking for that simulator that actually simulated a model railroad environment. So, and that's why, and I say this too, that NorCal is perfect for that solo player. All you need is the base game and the NorCal DLC. If you want to buy all the car packs, that's up to you. You don't need them to work it. Great. Hey, you know what? Grandpa, go ahead, subscribe, like, do all that good stuff, because I'm back. I took a couple months off, just vacation. I'm back. Usually Saturdays are my stream days. Usually first thing in the morning. I just decided to do 2 today. This is more of an extended stream as I work the RV64. And I'm on the Roseville subdivision, the SPUP Roseville DLC. So, but for a solo player, pretty much all you really need. You know, I mean, you can do a lot with, you know, Mojave and Needles and Barstow, but if you want that hump yard and kind of a small little contained area, Roseville's kind of that small in your basement, and the best way I can describe it, it's a point-to-point layout. It could be double-decker. So one side of that, the lower side of that, or the upper side, whichever you prefer, but one side is going to be the Roseville side. The upper level could be the Sparks side, and you've got all your industries and everything in there.
Yeah. And you only got one map page to mess with.
Gotcha. So you like okay, so you like southeast. I was going to say southeast. That would be, yeah, so the A line, and I like it down there too. I mean, I like all the DLCs. I have fun on them all. I really do. CSX, we were just talking about that, as one that's kind of learning the symbols. And if they ever come out with a better, hope I didn't make the switch, a better guide from the Depot Plus, trust me, I'll put it up. And the server box actually is strong enough that I could actually run a second server and run Southeast. I don't need to though, because there's the High Green server, which is what we're kind of loosely affiliated with. So if you check out if you do the checkout ride on the Mateo server, you're automatically going to get access to the High Green server. You're going to get access to the NorCal server, and you're going to get access to the MoCal server. Just the way it works. And it's a nice loose environment. That's the other side of it. I mean, if you want that absolute level of realism, then yeah, you know, at Depot Plus. And I don't want to take anything away from Depot Plus. I think Depot Plus is great. I just play too casual. Yeah, as you notice, I'm playing here. What am I not doing? I'm not hitting my horns. I'm not using my bell. I'm not being religiously walking my consist to make sure everything's all laced up. I just don't want to play it that way. Do they? Pardon me. Do they run 24/7? Absolutely, they do. Mateo's up all the time. I can speak for.
I believe all of them do.
Yeah, all four of them do. I'll be even well, if I add the Depot Plus, all the Depot Plus do as well too. But the High Green, the High Green, Mateo, NorCal, and MoCal are 24/7. So, and all you really need to do, I think Scar was the last one that did it. He got in. He asked for access to NorCal. You can get into my server. This particular stream, I'm going to have to go back and edit it and put in my Discord, but you can look at some of my other streams. You can see my Discord. You can request NorCal. You can request MoCal. We'll give it to you, and then if you pass your checkout ride on Mateo, they'll get you on the Mateo and everything as well. So, but it's not super strict. It's just, I mean, it's just like pretty much whatever you do, there's certain things you don't do, like don't, if you're driving a train, like right now, I'm on the main line that comes from the Feather River route, which is not in Run8, and it's never going to be in Run8 because there's just no industries to work in there. But it's the Feather River route comes down to the Valley Sub, which is what I'm working on right now, and then the Valley Sub comes into the Roseville Yard. So you don't want to leave a train sitting on the main line when there's a string of cars waiting to go out. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. This may not be the best thing to do, but I know what I'm going to do. Let's go forward. No, I said forward. The other forward. There we go. So it just things like that. If you're driving a road train and you're like, man, I gotta go, something just came up, find a siding to pull in, tie down there, and leave a note in the Discord channel. So I think I mean, all 4 servers have Discord channels. I'm bad. I'm in the Sparks area, but I didn't make any change. So I'll do it when I leave. I'll make notes of what I've done oops, in the Sparks. I'm not the Sparks area, but the Roseville area, because I was working Roseville Yard this morning, and now I'm running the RV64. So I'll make notes there, and that's all we ask. Just don't tie up the main. Don't start putting cars in the wrong spot. And the best thing I want to tell you is, if you don't know, ask.
Yeah, it's a great community to be a part of.
Now, Grandpa, you actually just said something right there. It said, now, make sure the manual switches are thrown back. Okay, so I'm going to expand on that a little bit. And this is something that I ran into on the Depot Plus, that for Selkirk, they had specific switches that were not set to normal. So you have, in a switch position, you got normal and reversed. I've always kept myself that, hey, whatever you're done, you set the switches back to normal. Well, they've got switches down there that are set to reversed, but they're not marked, and I didn't see anything in their operations guide, and I went back and I did my thing. I set all the switches that I saw. I figured, oh, geez, somebody left this in the reverse mode. I'll set it back to normal. Well, what that ended up doing was it ended up all the through trains, and ended up jacking up all the through trains. So when all of a sudden the next day I went on there, and there's a backup of trains. I mean, a horrendous backup. And so it's like, uh-oh, what did I do? And I had, this is part of the issue. Whoa, let's stop. I'm going a little bit fast here. Let's do it the right way here. Jump down. Now it's a spring-loaded switch, so it's okay. That's reversed. All right, and this one will need to be reversed, so I can go in and grab these cars. So anyway, it's one of those things, like, when you get on a server, there is a learning curve. You're going to have to figure out, how things are being done. Some of the things that we're doing are like, okay, so this is a normal position. So if I'm standing here, I may, in some cases, you're going to see this in the Roseville Yard on some of the switches. Whoops, there we go. You may see something like this. You got a yellow sign. So if you see a yellow sign here, the normal position would be to see the yellow sign there. So that's something that we do. And that's something you'll see that on the Mateo server. You're going to see, you'll see that in some places on the MoCel server. It's not fully implemented yet, but in Roseville, the interesting thing is that through trains have to go through the Roseville Yard. So the switches had to be set up in a certain way, and you'll see those flags. All right, let's bring this to a stop. We're going to go in and grab these cars. And then we're going to push in, and we're going to set these, everything we pick up, out right here, once again, on the main. Oops, I don't need to go ride that car. And you know what? You don't need, and this question kind of came up in a roundabout way, but I know what was really being asked. You don't need a rail driver. Guys, keyboard's perfectly fine. Rail driver is a great enhancement, and it does give you a lot more flexibility with the trains. I mean, it's a quality of life piece. You have to decide if you want to drop the $220 for it. I went a year playing keyboard.
I haven't purchased one yet.
Jerry, you don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to. I mean, keyboard's fine. I went like a little over a year, and I just said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get me a rail driver. Oh, don't get me wrong, Rex, I love my rail driver too. It's like after I got it and started using it, I'm like, why did I wait so long?
I'll eventually get one. but I've been running the keyboard since 17. Yeah, 17's when I picked up V2.
Okay. I did the same thing like with Farm Sim. Farm Sim was when I started playing Farm Sim in 2017. I started playing on keyboard. Somebody actually gifted me the steering wheel and the side column, which was basically a Logitech company. Whoa, slow down. So, and I used that, but that first wheel set, the steering wheel went belly up. It was just bad, and I had to jump. And I didn't like the fact that I had to jump through hoops to prove that it was bad. I mean, we're talking like a week of try this and record it, and so we can see what it's doing. Try this and record it, what you're doing, things like that. And I'm like, guys, that's what you should do when you get it. Determine that it's faulty and then send me a new one. So, well, I guess in the long run it worked out fine because they said, yeah, you got issues with yours. They sent me a brand new steering wheel and side panel, not just the steering wheel. So I boxed everything back up in the package that they sent me, sent it back to them, all said and done. But while I'm going through all this, what did I do? I went back to keyboard. And by the time I got that second new one, that's still sitting in the box in my garage. I have not used it because I do everything off a keyboard. So, do you need a rail driver? No. I mean, if you're going to ask me, should I get one? My answer is going to be if you can afford the $200.
Right.
Look at your budget, make a smart decision. It's like, and I've already been planning my budget. Now, and I say this too, Flight Simulator. I've got my budget set, so I'm going to be getting the Phoenix A320. It was going to be either that or the Boeing 737. I chose the Airbus A320 made by Phoenix. And that decision got made this morning as I was laying in bed. I was watching a YouTube from Chaz Draycott. He does some really good stuff with Flight Simulator and with Tower Simulator, which I also have. I'm a simulator guy. Wow, I think I'm going to be dropping off just as many cars as I'm going to be picking up.
Have you checked out Spur Gaming?
Spur's
Run8?
good too. Yes, Spur's good as well too. Kerbo's really good. The man is still, and he hasn't done a lot. He did something just a little, not too long ago, but he hasn't done anything. He's got stuff I think just going on in his life where he's not streaming as much anymore, and that's okay too. But I still point to him because everything that he can teach, whether it's version 1, version 2, or version 3, still applies.
Yeah.
And my thing with my stream is all I really want to do is I want to get Run8 out there. And if there's any request from the Run8 Studios team is, you know what, register your simulator with YouTube, with Twitch, and with what other services might be out there, so that we can advertise for you. And that's the only piece that I have. Other than that, I think it's fantastic, and it's, if you get it, you're not going wrong. I mean, I don't like train. I'll be honest with you, Train Sim World, don't buy it. I bought mine on sale. Don't buy it. It looks pretty, but I don't like the scenario side of it. I can't endorse it. I ran, was it the Metrolink out of LA? And, what was the scenario they gave me? I have to look for a stranded hiker, and stop the train to pick him up. What? So the guy's wife decides that her husband's stranded. He's injured. He needs help. I'm not going to go to the fire department. I'm not going to go to the police department. I'm not going to go to the search and rescue. I'm going to go to Metrolink and have them stop.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And you know, it's a foreign company. I'm not taking anything, you know, saying it's bad, but they just, in some of the ways they were describing some things, they don't understand how American Railroad works. Um, so you know, dovetail. No, you missed the mark again. And I mean, you got Train Sim 5 out. I guarantee you're going to miss the mark again. Trains. I like trains. I really do, but I don't have time for it. That one was designed so that it is a model railroad. It's a virtual model railroad. So you can build your track, you can build your scenery. So
I think I've seen that one.
yeah, I mean, and it looks very pretty. I actually picked up. I had to pay for it. I picked up the Trona DLC for that one, and it was more to compare how Trona looks like in Run 8 as it does, you know, compared to trains. And except for some of the industry assets, that's pretty much the same. Not bad, Scar. I mean, that's all right. And Rex, I saw your message there too. Yeah, and I think that's the thing I was going to come down to. That Run 8 is it's being fully sandboxed. The fact that the physics of the trains are spot on. And I'll quote once again. I'll quote the man, SD Horsehead. You know, when Pittsburgh Line came out, you know, he ran a train. He ran his train because that's where he works daily. You know, he ran his train over Horseshoe Curve, and he said how that train operated and reacted going through Horseshoe Curve is exactly how his train operates and reacts in real life. Okay, so we have a Run 8 sim that's physics are spot on. There's no scenarios other than the ones that you create. So, like, you know, I jumped in. What did I do this morning? Well, scenario number 1, I worked the repair yard and got new cars in and old cars out. Okay, that scenario's done. What's my next scenario? I'm going to push those cars over the hump so we can get them on their way. What's my next scenario? Oh, I got a train that needs to go to Sparks. Hey, look, I found a second train that needs to go to Sparks. So there's my third scenario. Get both those trains over the mountain on their way to Sparks so Mike can work them. What's my next scenario? Well, gee, I'm going to go back to the receiving yard, and I got another train that needs to be pushed over the hump yard. So I started that, and that was the end of my 2-hour stream. So I had 4 scenarios that I created for myself. And they're all, if you think about it, they're all interlinked. Because I can pick and choose what I want to do when I want to do it. So Run 8, that's their biggest thing is like, guys, you know, do us a favor to help us to help you guys, Run 8 Studios, register this game with Twitch, register this game with YouTube, register this game with any other service out there so that the community can stream it, you get some advertising, get more people. And that's all I ask. Never happened. So maybe it's time for me to send another email, see if I get a response. Yeah, you'll like train. What's that? Go ahead.
I would like to see some maintenance of way vehicles.
That's, you know, you're not the only one that has said that. Especially like if you look at SoCal, there's a lot of areas for maintenance away. I mean, okay, let's expand on that thought for a minute. I've got these 2 locomotives that I'm looking at, and they need to go in for service. Now, the way that Depot does it, they have a website that actually manages the time on a locomotive. So it'll come down, and you go to and you'll look in their website. Whoa, locomotive 7363 needs to go to Selkirk for maintenance. Okay, so then what you do is you go and you notify Selkirk, I need to turn in 7363. I need another unit to replace it. So then they'll schedule another unit to go on a train to where, you know, if you say you're working out of DeWitt Yard, to go to the DeWitt Yard and get dropped off at the DeWitt Yard. Once you get that, the next train going back to Selkirk, you would put 7363 on there as dead in tow to go to Selkirk. They manage it to that level. Okay, but they had to do a website to do that. Why can't something like that be in the sim? You know, and have something you can turn it on, turn it off, but all of a sudden I'm going along and I'm working here, and all of a sudden I might get a notification, or you know where this little X is right here that my cursor's circling, you might get a notification right there, needs service. Okay, when I'm done, as soon as I get back into Roseville with this locomotive, I'm going to put it in the service bay. Once it's in the service bay, if I click on this panel, there should be someplace in here in service. You know, you can little button somewhere up in here where my cursor's at, in service. Now it's in there and the timer's ticking on it. Why can't we have something like that? I mean, there's a lot of things that I wish, you know, and then I mean, okay, and we keep hearing rumors that version 4 is on its way.
Yeah,
But
I kind of figured.
But I'm not excited because until you see that it's coming out, they keep that very close to the chest. Until you see that that's coming out and again they announce it, then I'll get excited. You know, and I was just like the other day I was looking at their website going, man, they haven't had an update since since like about a month or so ago, and boom, next thing I know, there's an update. And we have a new car pack.
Yeah.
You know.
Have you did you pick up that car pack?
Not yet. I know here on NorCal, he did add it to the server. He being Kung Fu Beer.
Yeah.
I'm holding off on it because on the I'm managing the MoCell server, and until I actually look at the industries with that car pack, are there industries on that particular DLC that can use those cars? I don't want my players to have to go out and buy another DLC. Granted, they don't have to; they can always just go with the placeholders. But I don't want to say, "Oh, gee, there's new cars now. You gotta go buy a new DLC." I don't want them to have to do that.
One of the cars is the Do Not Hump.
Yeah, but I thought we already
had.
I thought we already had that, to be honest with you, because I've seen that.
No,
This
it's
one
a
is a
track
Razor.
inspection
Oh.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you're right. It's a caboose.
No, it's a box car.
It's a box car, but it's a track inspection car.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's got a.
So it has a
laser. It's got a red laser that shows up on the track as it's going down the track.
Interesting.
yeah.
And if you hump it, then it starts playing disco music.
Ah. Yeah, the big blue. Yeah. Scars. Let me get it. Can you tell me how to fix a broken truck or car? I know there's a window you can open. Just couldn't figure out how to get it there. So if there's an issue with the car dragging equipment, you're going to see something here where you got these two shaded out buttons right here. You'll see something here. It'll be, was it fix high wide, fix dragging equipment, whatever the defects are here. So that'd be interesting. Like I said, I don't know. Do we need that? That's the other thing. It's nice to have. I'm going to get it. Don't get me wrong. I am going to get it. But do I want to add that DLC to the pack? The other thing, where did I see it? Is it on the engine? Yeah. Here's the other thing too. Locomotives. Okay, you can click a stat button, and we got dynamic brakes are okay, but I mean we can go through traction. Let's see. There was a way at one point. Oh, you can add bad order a locomotive. If you have failures turned on, it's going to show up here. But okay, so we can bad order a car. I mean, you can bad order a locomotive. How come we can't bad order cars? Like if you have something down here where something breaks and you go to fix it and you can't fix it, then click the stats button, bad order a car, set the car out somewhere, so somebody's got to come work on it. I don't know, there's some things, there'll be some nice improvements, but overall I don't want to get into like, gee, I wish they did this, gee, I wish they would do that. We can do that all day long. I think what they've come up with so far is a fantastic product.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree.
Yeah. So but yeah, I'll take a look. I mean, like I said, I did the update. The server's running the update. I just want to take a look because it's got some, like, the tankers and stuff that are in there. Do I have industries that can handle those tankers? Probably. And then I have to go through and have those industries call for those tankers when we call for, what do you call it, supply trains. So, and then, like, you don't have to get the DLC. Like I say, you'll just get placeholders. So it'll be a Run8 boxcar about the same size as the tank car or whatever else. So a few things we have pitched to the devs for server hosting: a pause on all player exit ability, auto enable auto on start. Yeah, that one, the auto enable and auto on start, I think would be nice. Because I've got my server set up so that if there's an update right now with Microsoft and Microsoft says, hey, you got to restart, well, the system will restart, and I've got it so that it'll automatically restart the sim, and it restarts the password bot. Everything works great. The only problem is I'll have to come back and go, gee, there was an update, and I check it almost daily. Oh, I guess there was an update. I guess I got to restart the restart auto. A pause on all player exit ability. Not sure what you're trying to say on that one. Oh, I didn't flip the switch. That's what I get for reading and monologuing.
That was distractive driving.
Yes, it was. The switch should automatically know which way I want to go.
Right.
Yep. And I think a little more flexibility in how players connect to a server. Oh, I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying there. So basically, yeah, you're right. It does. Now, here's the thing. Like, my server's inactive right now, but because nobody's been using it. But on Farm Sim, if I have nobody on there, when I'm not there, I want my crops to grow, and I turn off withering. So that way they still grow. When I come back like a day or two later, hey, I got crops I can harvest. So that's the only thing. So it's something similar to that too. So if nobody's on the server, okay, so then, do you want the industries just to pause and not work the cars? Or when you come back, if you have a favorite route, would you rather have the cars ready to be worked and another set of cars ready to go out, to those industries? So, personal preference. But I see what you're saying. Like right now, the cars that I've dropped off, as soon as I put them in their spots and disconnected from them, the timer's already started on them. And there were some industries on here that had a 1 hour turnaround. So yeah, true. We just got slammed with manifest trains when we left our little friends only game running. I get you. But the other thing too is you can go in, and one of the things that I did is like on Mosel, no manifest trains. I got a lot of supply train. I'm sorry. We have a lot of through trains, so there's activity on the map. But supply trains don't come in unless they're called for. You know, and I tried to make a good mix of supply trains, and we kind of tried to do the same thing here, but we kind of got slammed. Especially RV64 really got slammed, so we got to come up with a little bit better way. I think if there's a way, I haven't found it, but it would be nice to say, like, for me, I'm the server host. Kung Fu Beer is a server host. You've got Mike, who's a yard master. We should be able to drill down in the sim so that if Mike is on, okay, and you're on, and go, hey Mike, can I get a supply train? Then Mike can go in and go, yes, supply train, and for which area? For Sparks. Supply train for Sparks. Boom, without having to pre-make it. You know, so that way Auto looks at all the industries in the Sparks area, and okay, I need this many cars to cover this many industries. And then have that supply train either can come in from Half-Ed or come in through Antelope and go up and over the mountain, whatever needs to be done. So I think a little bit more of that would be nice. Okay, so I'm going to pull these all the way up to the end. So that way you can drill down and go, hey, I need, you know, Auto's a little finicky or a little weird on that at times too, because if I say, okay, I just need a supply train for RV64, it's going to give me a big train, and everything's going to be for RV64. That'll be enough to cover me for a long time. And now, like this one, because as an example, the cars we're looking here on the stream, all these white tankers and these two cars right here, I just picked up, but these white tankers back here, I couldn't fit. So you got to figure out, okay, what is it? I need to come all the way back to those cars. So we got to build trains accordingly. This train was built way too long. So we kind of, as yard masters and server hosts, we kind of need to give you guys the information, okay, build the RV64, and these are the number of cars that we need. You know, it doesn't matter what order you put them in. We just need 18 cars for HPI, 6 cars for whatever. And then you guys, that'd be one of the scenarios. You're going to build an RV64 train. Okay, let's start with, let's go ahead and pull this forward. Air in and off the brakes, we're going to start pulling. So the first set of cars are going to be those empty hoppers. So I'm going to pull up and I'll drop the center beams. Yard jockey through and through. Road trains can be fun. I'll tell you right now, especially on NorCal, if you take a road train from Sparks and you can handle bringing it down the mountain into Roseville, I guarantee you'll be able to do that on any other map. I don't think there's any grade steeper than what's on NorCal coming down into Roseville.
What is the grade on?
It's like 4.
NorCal?
It's like 4%.
Okay.
So the steepest grade, I think, like that's about that is the coming out of the quarry. Yeah, coming out of the quarry.
Oh, yeah.
Come down, was it CMX? The CMX plant coming out of the quarry is like 4%. So coming down that with loaded gravel hoppers, yeah, that's a challenge.
Yeah, because the Cajon Pass is only 3.4.
Yeah. Now Quincy White, who's in here every so often, good
Yeah.
guy. He actually used to work out of Roseville, and he'll tell you that it's coming down that pass, was a huge challenge.
The
Excuse me.
first time Beer streamed on NorCal, White was in there helping Beer bring the train down the pass.
Yeah. So I mean, if you can do that, you'll be fine. All right. So we're gonna drop these, and then we'll have to back up and put these into the spot. We'll back up, grab those, go put them in the other spot, and hopefully we can get all these in. But I probably don't think so. Which means they'll go back to Roseville and get pushed over the hump yard and sorted into a new train for RV64. The Stanton Coal Run. I'm not familiar with that. Was that in the southeast? Excuse me. Okay, come on. Hopes we get a couple of notches into it. And I think that, as far as Run8 Studios, they picked the best time frame too. We got a transitional period here. Manifest trains. I'm not seeing a whole lot of manifest trains. I've got both UP and BNSF going through my town, and I don't see a lot of manifest. I do see some, but not a lot. Why are we not pulling? Did that reconnect? Okay, we're released.
Yeah, I'm in Spokane, and we don't get a whole lot of manifest coming through here on BNSF.
Yeah, it's all intermodal. Oh, no, I know what I did. I can already tell you what I did. Take a look. Forgot to close the coupler. That's what F7's for. Go back up to the front. And then Mojave, if you go out of the Mojave, oops, let's bleed off that error. Okay, good. So if you go out of Mojave Yard, that yard is currently being remade, and I just read an article just a few months ago. It's supposed to open up, but as you go out the tracks, like you're heading out to Trona, you go past. There's a couple of industries there, and then there's past those two industries, there's a highway, and this is in the sim. Well, between those industries in real life and that highway is now the Mojave Spaceport. And so everything that they're getting is in support of that spaceport. Plus, the Mojave Yard is now going to be used as an inland port for containers, primarily for Amazon, Target, and Walmart. And so any containers that are coming in for those three companies that have come into Long Beach will be put on a shuttle train whose only job is to go back and forth from Long Beach to the Mojave Yard and back again, and shuttling containers. And it's a 90-mile run, so and that's all they're doing. And they were supposed to start that this year, which was going to relieve a lot of congestion on the Long Beach Yard. So in the sim, hey, come back here this way. In the sim, it's a manifest yard, but now it's going to be it's all going to be intermodal.
Yeah, we get intermodal, grain, coal, and oil trains through here quite often.
Whoa. What was I thinking on that one? I hit the wrong lever. Yeah, we get, I see a lot of oil trains. We get a lot of grain. And we produce grain, but we actually import a lot of grain because it's all for dairy. So that right there is the end of where I can put a car. It'd almost bring it all the way out here, but oh well.
We get a lot of potash from Canada.
Okay.
That comes through Spokane also. They drop down into the states through Northport.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, and then was it
Yeah.
Stockton or just Stockton, which is just north of me? They've got a big intermodal yard there. So we get a lot of intermodal coming up from, from the LA area to Stockton, and then Stockton it either routes into the Bay Area, Port of Oakland, or heads on up, and then eventually goes over the mountain.
Yeah, most of our intermodal is Chicago to Portland, Seattle, Tacoma area.
Gotcha. See, that's something I'd like to see too. There's a gentleman, Hank. He's got the Pittsburgh line that he runs, and we were working at one time, and it kind of died out, especially when my server died. But it kind of died out, but we were working on being able to have industries. His industries might send a card to me and to the MoCal server. Well, what he would do is he would just simply build a train and then send me the file for that train, and then send that train once he gets the file and sends it to me. He sends that train, goes off the end of the map like it's heading for my network, and then I have a space where I bring that file up and I drop the train on that space, and it's configured to where if it's a loaded car, it'll keep it loaded, but it will tag it for an industry that needs a loaded car of that type, and empties, same thing. So it works, and it works very well. I would like to see, because if you look at the Chicago area, every class 1 comes into Chicago, somewhere in and around Chicago. So why can't somebody like me or you set up a server for that area, and people could actually tag a train, have it go to that area, say, okay, I'm this train here that I'm working on, it's going to be tagged, it goes off, and then automatically sends it. You would have to configure it somewhere in the configuration files, but it would automatically go and send that train file to you. And you get a notification, hey, this train's coming into you, and it would automatically generate that train on your network, and then you just got to bring it someplace where, oh good, all these cars fit. That makes me happy. Wow.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
It'd be an interchange. Look at that. The last dot is right there in the middle of that truck. All these cars fit. That's beautiful. All right, I don't have to take any of these cars back with me. All right, let's push back a little bit. I mean, there's idea. That's the biggest thing I have. I have ideas. I mean, we'll never see them, but would be interesting. All right, see all of these. This is something that we did. If you look, okay, I've got HBF. I got to drop that off on the way back to Roseville. But if you look at some of these others, This one's already been picked up. I got West Colton. We got SP54 OTL. That's the example of the tagging I was talking about where, okay, that car is coming from one of my industries on this side of the mountain, but it's going to go over the mountain to Sparks for the 54 local to take to that industry OTL. So that's something that we've set up. You look at how the maps come as by default, they pretty much, your cars come on the map, go to an industry, and then they go off the map. So do you have that on a model railroad? No, not always. You have cars that go from one industry to another, then maybe off the map. And that's what we tried to simulate here on NorCal and on MoCel. All right, we're going to go back and we're going to go grab those center rails, drop those off, and then we're at a point here, we're going to run around. We'll connect the train, pull them up, do a run around, and then start heading back toward Roseville. We've got 3 more industries. Actually, just 2. I've got HBF and SMD. LBC, I don't think I have any LBC lumber. Oh wait, I need to go backwards. What am I doing? We should also have some industries that will, as they work the cars, they'll notice there's something wrong with it. So we have them so that they'll tag the car, and they'll either end up going to the Roseville repair yard, or they'll go to Sparks repair yard. By the way, Mike, did those trains come in?
They're still coming, I think.
Are they? I see 1. Oh no, I see 2. There's the other one right there. The other one just came out of shed 10, and the first one is now clearing Truckee, so they'll be coming down the mountain. But we need help. We need help on both servers. And it's a casual environment. You can join here through my Discord channel, and we'll give you access, and then set up a separate server for MoCel. So that's the TLF, the Lazy Farmer server, and that's where all the MoCel stuff is at. Alright, connect, off the brakes on the locomotives, on the ground, end of train, SMD and HPI. So HPI couldn't deliver to SMD. Alright, I know what I'm going to do here. Well, maybe. Let me see. SWT, that's one is going to Sparks. All right. I'm going to pull the whole thing with me. That's what I was trying to decide. I think I'm going to pull the whole thing with me and then We'll drop these off, or what we can. And then we'll connect it and start heading back to Roseville. And that'll be the end of the stream. But that's a ways to go. Alright. Going forward. I'd actually like to see an industry on this map that can use the sawdust. So I don't know if there's something on the spark side of things. I know there's nothing really here on this side. I'll leave that up to you, Mike.
Yeah, I'll check
Oh,
it out.
the chip cars.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking like a paper mill or something like for further shredding for animals. I think the one thing that I'm thankful that Run8 doesn't have is the money aspect. That's kind of like why I think, you know, I like Railroader, but I consider it a game because, you know, as you deliver cars, you're trying to make money. And so really what it does is it makes it an economic game more than it makes it a train game. My opinion.
I've heard that from quite a few people in the Run8 community.
What, that it's not a monetary game?
Correct.
Yeah. It keeps the focus on railroading.
And it's basically a virtual model railroad.
Yeah. Dynamics. Alright, so I can actually pull through until those are cars. Okay, so I'm going to pull through. So, I think about here. There we go. So, is the rest of your PC broken too, or is it just the hard drive?
It's a hard drive, and it's got all of the minimum stuff to run this sim.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, when I'm on a server, I have to be careful what I'm doing.
Gotcha.
Because I can crash the server very easily.
Gotcha. Hence the reason to build a whole new machine.
Yep.
I understand.
Yeah. A lot of times I don't even hit 12 frames per second.
Wow. Okay. Yep, just buy your parts. If you're not using, like I said, if you're not using PC Part Picker, I like that website. There might be some others that people use, but PC Part Picker if you're going to buy, say, like a certain component, it will go out and look at where you can buy that component from the major vendors. It doesn't go to vendors that might have bad reputations. So pretty much Amazon or Newegg, Best Buy, places like that, and then it shows you who has the least price, who's cheaper. And then you balance that off with, well, it might be a little more expensive at Amazon, but I can get it tomorrow. Unless it's like hugely cheaper, but it might take a week for it to come in if you get it from Newegg, then that might be the way to go. But my experience is, honestly, Newegg tends to be the most expensive place.
Yeah, when I first started this, Sam, my computer was just fine. But as soon as I started adding DLCs and
the updates,
getting all the updates and playing on the servers, it really slows her down.
Oh, look at that. I accidentally hit the emergency stop. Oh, no. All right.
Yeah, the only DLCs that I don't have is the Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I have all the maps. And like I said, the one caboose pack and then the newest one for the freight pack are the only two that I don't have. I'm not in a hurry to get the caboose pack. And I will get the freight pack. And I'll have that because I know it's going to show up on some other map somewhere. If I go to the Mateo server or High Green, it'll probably show up there. That's for me. I will add it to, and I guess that's the biggest thing, that I can add it to the server. But if I don't have industries calling for those cars, then you're never going to see them.
Right.
So. But if I'm going to add a freight pack, I like to have industries be able to call for it. But I don't want to put a burden on players either. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't picked. I haven't even done the update yet because computer's broke.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see how many of these. This comes up to right about in here. So we'll see how many of these cars I can get in. That will put, oh no, that goes, okay, so all the ones on the end will be, I'm looking at the air cars over here, kind of planning what my next move might be. Oh, a little bit like chess. You gotta plan a couple moves ahead. I think I should be able to get all these cars in. This looks like a good long run. And then we'll see how many more of these. Well, I can take a look at the ones that I have out there waiting to go back to Roseville. How many are going to go back to Sparks?
I will say it's not the same watching you guys run trains.
I can imagine. I mean, I was trying to help you out, scratch that itch,
I
but
know.
yeah, but you know what? It's not the same. Watching somebody run is not the same as getting on and actually doing it. Somebody else out there put it out. I think it was Scar said that he likes Chaz Draycott. That's it. I mean, he doesn't do anything with trains, but for his planes, like his flight simulator stuff is good. His tower simulator stuff's good. And then I guess yesterday he just came out with a video for Warhammer, and I'm looking at that going, do I want to start playing that? No. I've got my MMO. I'm a Tolkien nerd. Both me and my daughter, we're Tolkien nerds. The game may be 17 years old, but still going strong. I forgot who it was. Some guy was actually, he's like, I'm a die-hard World of Warcraft, and he was putting out a video. He goes, but I have to admit, for a game that's 17 years old, he's like, this has been breaking a lot of ground, and very innovative. Other MMOs follow this one. So yeah, and I just stay in the J.R.R. Tolkien world playing that game. But there's a long story behind that. Okay. Let's not hit the bumper. Thank you. Good stop. All right. Brakes on the locomotive. Get on the ground. Let's run up to the front. I can see where the dots are. I think I might have all of them in. I do. Sweet. That's another huge cut of cars I just dropped off. Which means it'll be another huge cut of cars that I'll have to pick up later. Alright, let's get some brakes on here. And I say, you gotta apply the brakes, because that was one of my first mistakes when I started playing Run 8. I was dropping some cars off like I'm doing right here, but I had put them out on the left them on the main line, and I'm playing solo. Went and worked some industries, came back, and I'm like, where are my cut of cars? They were on their way to Needles without a locomotive.
Wow.
Yeah, learned a lesson on that one. All right, open the coupler up. There we go. Pull forward. And this time I remember to close the valve.
Have a good day, Scar.
Scar, oh, gotta run. Have a good rest of your stream. Thanks, Scar. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming into the Discord channel, chatting with us. You're always welcome. Can't wait to see you on the servers. All right, so I just got to grab this and connect it to that, and then do a run around, switch my locomotives, and we start heading back. I think I need to change the tag on that lead locomotive as well too. So earlier I had said, okay, I'm at 4 hours on this stream, and I'd already left Roseville when I started it, and I had made the statement that this is about an 8-hour run. So yeah, I can see I can still see about 6 hours, about 2 more hours on this stream, because I've got 2 more stops to make, and the cars that I need are going to be in the middle of this string that I have. Then it's just to make sure that I can get into the receiving yard. All right, F7. Release the brakes. Let's pull forward. that first repair train's coming in, and it's about 2 towns away before it hits Reno.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Not like you don't have enough to do down there already.
Yeah, I got plenty.
Still, yeah, control that better. Okay, I'm going to back up into these cars here. Push everything that I have. So until it clears the switch. And hopefully it doesn't foul the far switch. If it does, uh-oh. Nice touch. F7, take the brakes off. Let's go end of train. Wrong end of train. We'll go down here. Alright, let's push back. See if I got the room. Oh, she's heavy. 3,338. I should be able to fit in here. 5,000 tons. 35 loaded cars, 13 empties. But yeah, with it's 3,000 between the two. It's a total of, let's see, 3,035 plus 955, so a little over 4,000 feet. So I should be able to get everything in here, as long as I put this in just before, right in here before that line comes out, and that way I can just pull out, back straight in, and I'm good. I'll be blocking this road for a little bit, but that's okay. It's Sacramento, what do they care? No work today, Mike?
No.
Good for you.
Not until Monday.
Good for you. Let's get a little bit closer. And about a 10-pound reduction should be enough to stop it. There we go. All right, let's get on the ground. Relatively flat, but I think 4 is more than enough. All right, let's go to the end. Okay, so that's not 4,000 feet. I got a problem, guys.
Uh-oh.
So I brought it all the way down, and I am not clear of the switch to do the runaround. I know what I'm going to do. We'll take this one. Yes. Perfect. We're going to take that one. Let's push back a little bit. So I'm thinking, what I'm trying to think about doing here is I'm going to take these cars and I'm going to, unfortunately, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm just going to have to take them with me somehow and do some kind of a weird, I don't know, we'll figure something out. But I can't push back all the way to Roseville. But this is 3,000. Is that what they said it was? Yeah, total length is 3,338, and according to the map, 3,035, and then it says and there's an extra 955. I think that's from where we come off the track before we get into the first set out of cars. So total would be almost over 4,000, but it's not over 4,000. So what can I do? Alright, well, we're going to figure something out along the way. I think I have a plan. I'm going to have to push some cars. Okay, so we need to push back a little bit. Alright. Go forward. These are all pickups. You're all about to see something very unorthodox. But then that tells me too that train consists can't be more than 3,000 feet on this route, including the locomotives. Actually. Put that back to normal. Ah, missed it. There we go. Bless you. Sound like somebody sneezed.
Yeah.
That was my daughter.
Ah. Oops. Here we go. All right. Technically, we're going to go forward. All right. And I need to go back into here. Whoa, slow down. Yeah, that's a little rough. All right. Tags on. Oh, actually want to do this. Everything neutral, everything on, lights off. Click Southern Pacific. Brake on, dude. Set as lead locomotive. Lights on. Forward. We're good to go. Alright. And I'm going to go ride this car here because it is. I guess we're going to do it. Let's go ahead and attach an EOT and open. Low speed off. Actually, now I think about it, if I split this run up into two different locals, that might solve the limit of 3,000 foot train. Maybe. So if you saw what I was doing here earlier, I set this up so it'll go into here. The cars that are on the front of the train, I'm going to drop in here. I'll probably try to kick them into here as a group. Stop them somewhere in the middle, and then I'll go through and pull that back in, grab them, put them back on the back end, and then we'll have the locomotives on the front end. And then somewhere right in here are the 3 stops that I have to make. Or 2 stops, I think is what I've got. Let's see. Yeah, it's X. Okay. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay. 64, forgot to change the tag. Alright, so setouts. Heritage propane, can't do those, that's full. So I have 2 for, oh, they're split too. So I have, did I have another one in here for Sierra Pacific that I didn't see? Oh well, it'll go back to Roseville. Both of them are full, so. Yeah, especially the wood chip hopper, I wouldn't be able to get it in there. So, okay, that'll go back to Roseville. I've got 2 for Save Mart distribution, and once I got 3 more cars to set out, so I got 2 stops. And I've got, let's see, LB construction. Oh, I got 3 stops. I got to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars from LB Lumber and Construction, 1 from Save Mart, and 1. So I got 3. I got a total of 3 stops to make. Okay, which are the 3 stops going on the way back? So we'll just do HB Fuller first, Save Mart next, and then LB Construction after that, and then we'll be on our way in. And of course, that's getting these cars, which are already pickups, off the front end of this train and put them on the back end. So, but you do what you gotta do, and apparently, and sometimes I guess this does happen in the real world. The locomotive's in the middle of the train and have cars on both ends. But better planning would actually prevent that. And now that I know that my max, let's see, the one is, well, the one at Sunset Whitney is almost 9,000 feet. That's not the issue. It's the runaround at Sierra Pacific. So another way to solve that too is anything that I picked up from Geldwin, Blackwood Furniture, Energy Absorption, I could have, if I had built the train correctly, I probably could have all left those in that siding at Sunset Whitney and then gone on, and then on my way back pick them up. So that'd be something I would have to do in the future as well too. Live and learn. Live and learn. Because what am I doing? The stuff that I picked up from there, I'm going to be leaving on that siding.
Yeah, what's your quote on that? It's, I make the mistake so you don't have to.
Absolutely correct. I'm not sure this is a mistake. I think it's a learning piece, but it's not a mistake. And I think that in the future, that's would be the thing to do. Would be leave that in the siding for those 3 industries. Just pick everything up, leave them in the siding, set out what I need to, and then take the rest of the train up, especially like this long of a train. But the map is wrong, because if I'm looking at when I look at the map, you'll see it. It's like 3,035 feet, and then it's got a slash 9,955. Well, if you add those 2 together, now normally in mathematics that would be division, but if you add those 2 together, because they're splitting that siding based upon the 2 stubs that come off of it, that siding is over 4,000 feet. My train's only 3,335. It should have fit, but so that tells me the map was wrong.
Yeah.
Slow speed ain't working. Oh, slow speed was off. But you're right, I do. I make the mistakes so you guys don't have to. I'm going downhill, that's why. All right, let's see. It definitely would have been the smarter thing to do to leave all those cars that I picked up from those three industries actually. And actually, it could have been, if it's long enough, I could have added Heritage Propane and Camblin Steel to that as well too. So those 5 industries could have been left in that siding, and then gone on to Sierra Pacific and Sparky's Fireworks and done those, had enough room for the runaround, come back down and then just pick up the cars from those industries. So that will be the next. In fact, I should write that up. I'll make sure I'll make a note of that in the Discord, that if you do the RV64, that's what you want to do. It's an awfully big parking lot with nothing around it. This is almost like a road train. Not even up to the block yet. We get some. Still going downhill. Alright, coming up to it. Perfect. Okay. Ground. Start with this one. Lead. Come on. Actually, let's go down here and do this first. Close that. Disconnect that. And then go through and bleed all these. Okay. Open the coupler. Ah. I had it and then it recoupled. Oh, it's going to recouple again. Couple. Goose it. Okay, they're loose. Hopefully they'll clear the switch. Not really the best way I wanted to do it, but hey, I wanted more speed on it, but we'll see. And if not, then I'll just have to follow them in. Yeah, they're not going to. I can see it right now. They're already moving too slow. Yeah, they already see it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to push them in. Oh well. Just too many cars, I think. Not enough expertise.
I'm back.
Welcome back, sir. Ah. There we go. An awful long way to come back and hook them up, but I gotta do what I gotta do. He is heavy. SD40s. Alright. So go around those cars. I will back. I'm going to have to back in a long way, but I'll back in and grab those. Hit the 3 stops left, and then on back to Roseville. So yeah, I do see that in the RV64, that's probably the best way to do it, is come in and I would go past that switch and come up, have my locomotives back in here and start with this industry here, EAS, pull whatever cars I have in there out, back in, pull whatever cars I have in it for BWF out, and then the last one would be JWD, and put them on the main, and then come back and start switch, pick them up and switch out whatever cars, and then, set out the cars that need to be set out, but then ultimately come back through, and anything from these 3 industries along with CAS, which is Camblin Steel Services, and Heritage Propane, all those cars I would leave in this siding right here before I head on up to Sierra Pacific, and that was my mistake. So yeah, I make mistakes so you guys don't have to. I got a 0.5% grade here, and definitely feeling it trying to pull this train up there. But you'll make it. Kind of wondering if we should actually switch out on this run because it's so heavy. If we need to go to the SD45s, I think they've got a little more horsepower. brakes off. Quicker and faster if I just use the locomotives and not try to shove the whole train back. And we're going to come back here, past this switch. Ooh, I ran an absolute red as well too. The other thing about putting all these, leaving all these cars here, the cars that I need to set out last could have been taken and put on the front end of what's sitting over here. That would have made things. So that's the learning point here. I learned on this one. Okay, this one goes to, what do you call it? Save Mart. Thinking. pick these up. Okay, actually this is actually not a bad move, to be honest with you, because I just realized this first car goes to HB Fuller. Let's jump out. Move that. Go down to this end, and we'll close this side. Although the F7 cheat will actually do that. So let's see, HB Fuller, West Colton, that goes out. That one goes to Sparks. That one goes to Hinkle. That one goes to... Okay, perfect. Okay, this is actually going to work out. I thought it was a mistake, but it actually was a mistake in for me. That's okay. I can live with this. I thought these were all pickups, but they're not. Alright, F7. Reverse. Take the brakes off. And let's go engineer view. Forward. Tail off the independence a little bit. There are 3 pounds left on there. All right. Alright, so we have HP Fuller and a Save Mart. I know there's another Save Mart on there. And then we have Save Mart pickup, 1 to pick up. No, 2 to drop off. HP Fuller's got 1 to pick up, 1 to drop off, and then we got 5 to pick up, and then we're on our way home. Whoa. Slow down, it's only 20 miles an hour through here. What are you doing? You in a hurry or something? And actually going back, we're not too bad off either. Going back into Roseville, most of our loads are up toward the locomotive, with most of our empties toward the rear of the train. So not too bad. It's all right. We got a few empties in there. There's the one car that needed to go get set out. So I think we pulled that one because it didn't get worked, but that's okay. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, so I think I'm actually going to be heading back into Roseville longer and heavier. I didn't make a note of it, but I think I'm longer and heavier than when I left. Alright, F7, release the brakes, engineer view. Alright, we're here. Let me give myself a light so I don't get that nasty message. Which, there it is right there. Okay, didn't see it, it was behind the pillar right there. We're good to go. Next stop, HB Fuller. So these are our set outs, but like I said, the Heritage Propane, we couldn't fit those, so we're taking them back with us. Sierra Pacific, I think we picked that one up because it was outside of the area, so it might be worth looking at extending that area a little bit. So we picked it up, it'll eventually go back. So this one and all of these will go back. So we have Save Mart, HB Fuller, one to pick up at HB Fuller and Save Mart, and then we got 5 at LB Construction and Lumber, and we're done. Should be quick. What am I doing? Get rid of that. So what's our status right now? Train stats. We're 1.2 horsepower per ton with what we got. We're at 5,000 tons, 35 loads, 13 empties, 3,338 feet. So either this is wrong or that runaround track is wrong. Not sure which. All right. So I need to look at stats. If these are SD40s, if we need to, we might go to SD45s. So I think get a little more horsepower out of them. Let's see. working. So these are SD40s, which are 3,000. SD45s are 3,600. So we may have to, if we keep running trains this heavy, we may have to go to the SD45s, which I'm okay with that. A little more horsepower, but these are doing fine. All right, there's HB Fuller right there. So let's go ahead and bring this to a stop. Sometime today, please. Perfect. Alright, ground view. Oh, this is HB Fuller. We'll take this one. Okay, that's an SMD. HB4, SMD, where's the other one? Right here. Oh, okay. Fine. No biggie. First things first. Oh, you know, I'll make a note of this. I think for the new tank cars, maybe this one can use them. Let's go ahead, connect. Close. Go partial. Watching the CFMs right here. My notepad's in the way. CFMs already went up and came right back down. Alright, so we can go full open. Whoops, why are we, oh, still in dynamics. There we go, let's go forward. Come off the brakes. There we go, we'll pull this one out. And then we'll put the other one in. That truck just went right in front of the train. Used to be an SF truck, had the sense to stop. Yeah, that's typically drivers in Sacramento. Did I just do the wrong one? I did. So we'll do it again. Air them all up. F7 sheet. This one will close. This one we're going to leave open. We're going to disconnect. Bleed all the air out of it. Click that one. Low speed off. Reverse. Open coupler. All right. Could go down fast, far enough to couple up. And if we don't see smoke or flames, then we know it didn't hit too hard. That's Derail Valley. Bless you. Not bad. All right, let's go forward. Cool. All right, that one's done. Now we have 2 cars for Save Mart distribution. Thinking about leaving the train there and getting the car. I'm going to get the car from Save Mart. Then I'll back in and grab a string. Probably bring the whole thing forward a little bit, because I'm going to have one car that I got to put up as in the front, and the other one's right in the middle of everything. And that one's going to Roseville, 62 PMP. Okay, so it's going to stay in Roseville, but it's going to onto a whole different local. I think 62 actually goes up the mountain. Goes up around Colfax. What? Who's yelling at me?
You have a cat.
I don't have a cat.
Oh, it sounded like a cat was meowing in your background.
Nope, I don't have a cat.
This is Jerry's wife, by the way.
Hello, Jerry's wife. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. As well as can be expected. I think it might have been Mike. I know he's got a daughter or something in the background.
Oh, I don't have kids.
Oh, I don't know where that was coming from then. Maybe Jerry's got a cat that you don't know about. All right, brakes off. We got air on everything. Nothing like the F7 cheat. Let's go ahead and ride the back of this thing. Be able to pressure off the independents. Alright, let's go back and get the rest of our train. We'll drag it up a little bit. Like I said, I've got one for Save Mart distribution here, right at the front, and then the second one's in the middle. And then that should be the last of our set outs. We just have the pickup at LB Construction and Lumber. And then we're back to Roseville. Whoa! Oh, geez, I forgot to flip the switch. Here's what we'll do. Emergency stop. I've been at this all day. I'm starting to get tired, guys. When I start making basic mistakes. So, but I'm going to finish this out. So it'd be like almost 8-hour stream today. 1 2-hour, then this one, which is at 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Wow.
So all right. But I guess the point I was trying to make is, and I'll go back and I'll edit this one maybe tomorrow when I get up, but this is, you know, I said that this run is just about 8 hours, and I wasn't kidding, but I think we can make it a little more efficient by doing this run that I know now that the first 5 industries that we hit should be, once we pull all the go in, stop short, pull everything out, put everything in, and then what we pick up, oops, needs to actually be set out on that siding at Sunset Whitney. And once we leave all those pickups there, we can come back and pick those up on our way back. And if we're smart, we even put the last 3 industries on the tail end, well, or the front end, depending on what perspective you want to look at, so that when we pick up those cars that we got to set out are right behind the locomotive. So this is about train building. All right, and it looks like we got a good couple here. Yep. All right, F7 cheat, everything's good. The one I'm looking for now, this is something you guys can do too. How do I know what cars to pick up? Well, you can go in here and you can do something like, you know, maybe star, you know, or you know, 01. This is the first car. It doesn't affect, because the industry will see the SMD and it won't affect the industry. It'll still do it, but you know, hey, this is the first car. I got to pick up the other one somewhere else. So, or you can just do like I do. Remember, it's the cotton belt car. All right, so we're going to pull forward, go engineer view. Oh, it's struggling. Slightly uphill. Not too terribly steep. But I am pulling the full consist, which is what we're looking at here. Once again, 5,000 pounds, or 5,000 tons, sorry, 5,000 tons. So yeah, I'm thinking the RV64 needs SD45s.
Do they have Union Pacific in the 45s?
They do. I'm almost positive they do. What I'm questioning in my mind is whether they have Southern Pacific in the 45s.
I don't think they do.
So, I mean, it's working. But right now, I really don't need to go too terribly fast. I just need to I'm just trying to pull everything up to where the switch is. Let's see, let's take a look. They do, but it's the war bonnet, or actually, I think they call it the Kodachrome SP units.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. That's in pack number 2. But you know what I'm not seeing is I'm not seeing Union Pacific. So maybe a pair of Kodachrome SPs. CSX, Santa Fe, various liveries of Santa Fe, BNSF. In pack 1. In pack 2, I'm looking at Norfolk Southern, CSX, Conrail. I'm not sure what that one is. Seaboard Coastline. BNSF Patched. Trona. ATSF Bookend Pinstripe, and they have ATSF Kodachrome. Oh, you know what? That wasn't SP, that's SF. So no SP and no Union Pacific.
Run a Seaboard and a Conrail just to be fun.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'm going backwards. Brakes. Good enough. On the ground. And set the brake here, and here, and one more, just because that's heavy. Go here, open. Let's push back a little bit, release that tension. All right. I mean, the other option too would be to put a third locomotive on this, but then that would take away from a lot of that run going into EAS. I mean, it was tight enough as it is with 2 locomotives.
I thought about that too, but like you said, it's adding length to your train,
Right.
and you're already having issues.
I mean, I can get this thing moving. It is slightly uphill. It'll just take a little work for it to get moving, but once it does, it's all right. All right, let's go ahead and we're not going to place it. We're just going to shove it down there. We'll place it when we get the second car. Those are all empties. Okay. All right, we're going to pull forward. It says 16 horsepower per ton, but it sure doesn't seem like it's acting like it. But I did almost a 0.5% grade uphill. Why are you stopping? Oh, my brakes were dragging. There we go. Alright. Air up. All brakes off. Forward. Alright. Engineer view. Actually, I don't know if I want that. I want this over here. There we go. How about here? We'll do. Stand next to the track so you guys can hear them as they work. Oh, right there. Lewis Colton, Hinkle, and SPI, that goes back here, and there's SMD. Okay. Break. 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 Alright. Close. Open coupler. Alright, let's pull forward some more. Here we go. And okay, almost to the frog, and we'll be across that. Get past the points. Right, come off the notches. Notches? We don't need no stinking notches. Oh. Attach point. There we go. Reverse. Slow yourself down. Slow your roll. Oh, that hurt. Alright. Let's just go ahead. Leave the brakes on that one. We're just going to shove it back in. Need to remember we got a long train in front of this, so we got a lot of weight we have to control. Alright, ground right here. The locomotive's all the way over there. We need to come to a stop. There we go. Set the brakes on that one. Close that. Open the coupler. Alright, let's come off the dynamics. Go forward. Just get out of here. Got one more stop after this and we're almost home. And according to this, our setouts are done. This one we can't do, along with the others that we can't do. And then we just got those pickups and that's it. And these things are I got lumber and full hoppers full of wood chips. This is a pretty heavy little part of the train. What's up, GIT or GID? How you doing? Okay, how do you join the A-Line server? Actually, that would be a Kung Fu beer question, because that is being run by the same individual that runs the Mateo server. Chances are if you've already had your checkout ride on the Mateo server, Beer will just grant you access to the A-Line server, which is the high green server. So if you pass a checkout ride on the Mateo server, you get access to high green, you get access to NorCal, and you get access to Mohawk and Selkirk. One checkout ride, 4 different servers. Hope that answered your question. I would send a message to Kung Fu Beer. And if you haven't done your checkout ride, send a message to Kung Fu Beer. Oops, I want to go back. So you can also join my Discord here. You can leave a message for him in my Discord as well, or you can message him directly. Yeah, I even looked at, on the Depot Plus, I even looked at the operation guide for A-Line. And it's not as detailed as what they had and that I grabbed for Mohawk and Selkirk. So it was actually something that was done by guys that are running on Mohawk and Selkirk all the time. So, but it still might be worth it. I mean, it might help people out. It's, come on, slow down. Below 5, below 5, below 5. That's good. Perfect. All right, we're in there. Let's go to neutral. Air it up. All brakes off. Engineer view. All right, next stop. LDC Lumber. Don't you start rolling back on me. There we go. Oh man, I'm in neutral, that's why. Whoops. Once again, I make the mistakes so you don't have to. Alright, going right up. I'm in notch 3. I'm almost to the end of the green. I kind of watch this and you'll hear this is how many amps are being put out to the axles. Then as it starts to drop, I might hit another notch. Throw some more amps at that axle, those motors. I think I do have failures turned on. Stringline or the derailments are off. That's a tip too. If you're going to do your checkout ride on the Depot Plus, make sure your stringline derailments are turned off. Stringline, switch, tip over derailments can happen. Switch derailments can happen. Oh, locomotive failure chance. I have it set to often, so they can't. Locomotive failures can happen. If you're familiar with the territory and the symbols for CSX, absolutely, yeah. Go where you're familiar. And if you're just looking to get familiar with Run8, you know what? Come join us here on NorCal or Mohawk and Selkirk or the Mateo server, any one of the servers. Somebody's out there to help you with Run8. So, because Run8's got a pretty high learning curve. But if you know the territory down there, Florida and was it A-Line, Fitzgerald, I'm missing something in there, Baldwin, and I'm drawing a blank on the big yard down there. Shame on me. What's that?
The Rice Yard. It's
Oh, Rice
Waycross.
Yard. Yeah, Waycross, Baldwin, A-Line, Fitzgerald. Rumor has it there's more coming. That's an independent company that did that. That's not Run8 Studios, although he is a part of Run8 Studios. Yeah, High Rail, he did that on his own, and he was actually about 2 months ago talking about what is coming for that particular area And I think a lot of it might have been because Railroader had just come out, so he might have been just like, hey, you know, don't leave because this is what's coming. How much HBT? 1.2. I left a lot heavier than what I'm going back to. So that's why it's a struggle. All right, let's get back out on the ground. We'll set those. And I got 5 empties in there I got to pick up. So if I go with something that is actually a different liveries than what actually operates on this particular route. In fact, you don't see a lot of SP anymore. It's pretty much all Union Pacific. The era that Run8 models, I guess there was no Union Pacific SD45s. So if I go with something like that, I can go with an SD45 or maybe a third SD40. But there is a spot where if I go with a third SD40, it's going to be really tight getting cars in to this one industry. Oh, well, how do I know? Okay, so I can bring up the switch list. Now, this doesn't show everything. So, part of what I look at is I will look at, and I don't have any setouts here, but this is a good example. This car was picked up from a different industry, but it's going to stay on the map, on the NorCal map, but it's going to go to a different local to get to a different industry. So RV is Roseville, and these are the tagging system that we're using, which is pretty much the tagging system that's used on the Depot Plus as well too. So RV is Roseville, so this car has to go to the Roseville Yard. Even if this car was picked up on the eastern side of the map in Sparks, this car would have to be added to a road train to come to Roseville. So it'll get pushed over the hump. It'll be set out on a track that is for the local number 62 or the RV62. The RV62 will take it and it will drop it off at PMP. That's the industry tag. That's how we know where this car is going. These cars like this, OG, and let's see, WC, West Colton. What we did is we configured this map so that there's 3 destinations, only 3 destinations that cars are going to go to from the Roseville Yard. OG is Ogden, Utah. That going east, that is the next hump yard. Going north is Hinkle, Hinkle, Oregon. That's the next hump yard going north. And then going west, south-ish, is WC, West Colton. So this will go to the UP yard in West Colton, California. So any cars that are going to go off the map are going to go there. Thank you. So I tried to, like I said, I play casual, but I really try to, try to keep it as real as possible and not speed. This car here, it's SP45 OTL, so this car has got to go and be connected or built into a road train going to Sparks, which Mike is working the Sparks yard. Now Sparks is not a hump yard, it's all flat switching. So that he's got a lot of work to do over there. We can use people on this map to help him over in Sparks. Just help in general. So that's how we know where to go. As we're connected, if your locomotives have the local number on it, like this is RV64, so I have RV64, I can bring up the switch list. So I bring the switches up, so under RV64, this is telling me I've got 5 cars to be picked up at LB Construction and Lumber, and it tells me where it's going. One is going to go to the Roseville shop, the others are going to go West Colton, Hinkle, and West Colton. So this is LB Lumber and LBC over here, LB Lumber and Construction. So that's how I know by the switch list that I got to go in there and pull those cars out. Real quick and dirty, but I hope that answered your question there, buddy. Thanks for asking it too, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to back up, grab those cars, come back out, connect to the rest of the consist, and then we are heading for Roseville Yard. Hey, my pleasure. And once again, I mean, it's casual. I mean, they want to make sure that you know how to operate a train, and if you can operate a train over on, you do the checkout ride on the Mateo server, I know you're going to be able to operate a train here, especially if you decide to do a road train coming over the mountain from Sparks to Roseville, coming down the mountain to Roseville, your grade's 4%. So if you've got a long consist, if you can handle that 4% grade here, you can handle anything on any map, to be honest with you. Thing to remember, it's trains, man. Nothing's fast. It's all slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race. So I am trying, I mean, I've been keeping it under the speed limit. I know on the main line, the speed limit is 55. So I've been keeping it well under, especially heading back. It's hard work. Should I have another locomotive? Yeah. Do I need another locomotive? I think I can get by with just the two. Would I like an SP and a UP SD45? Well, yeah. But it is what it is. All right, we're good. So we're going to go hit F7. That's the air cheat that sets all my angle cocks and fills all the air pipes and everything up. We're good. I am going to bleed off my brake cylinder, which is for the independent brakes. Take anything off, any pressure off of that. And now we're going to go on the ground, and I'm going to go ride the back car. Hopefully it'll let me on there. All right, and we're going to go forward. I am using a rail driver. I am not keyboard. I haven't been a keyboard for almost a year though. I did use a keyboard for almost an entire year, a little over a year. It's all good. Let's come off the brakes too, off the hand brakes, turn those off. And there we are. Switch list is clear. Now I do, when I connect to the rest of the cars, you're going to see some that I have set out. Well, I can't set those out because their spots are full, so those cars are going to go back to Roseville, and they'll get pushed back over the hump yard again and built into another train. But as far as the industries are concerned, we filled their sidings, their spurs, whatever you want to call it. We filled them. They got a lot of work to do. Get to work so we can move more cars. Right, Mike?
That's right.
I know it's confusing, especially when you first start out in Run8. I was really confused by the tags, especially CSX. Now, BNSF and Union Pacific, they just, honestly, it makes sense to me. Especially if you're doing road trains, you know, BAR is Barstow, BAK is Bakersfield. That train's going from Barstow to Bakersfield. Makes sense to me. Why the rest of the class 1s out there don't do it that way, I don't know. But they all have their systems, so just learning their systems is a matter of time and patience. All right, let's reverse. 6-hour stream, Mike. 6 hours and counting.
Nice.
Yep. So along with what I did today, so that's a total of 8 hours today on Run 8. So good work in getting some things done in the yard. Got the RV64 done. And I got some takeaways that I'm going to put in my Discord channel as well too. So if you want to join the NorCal server or the Mohawk and Selkirk server, those are the two. Kung Fu Beer and I are managing those. We have somebody else that's actually managing the Mateo server and the High Green server. All right, brakes off, aired up, engineer view. Sorry, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I can also assist too if needed.
Oh, absolutely. So Mike is one of my yard masters, or one of our, I shouldn't say mine, our yard masters. Sorry, Mike, I apologize for that.
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and, okay, I'm routed in. Let's give myself a clear light. But this one, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that one I can do. That'll get me into the yard. Because the receiving's right over here, but I have to go this way to get into it. Can I drop that? No, I cannot drop that. So when I get close, I'll have to jump out and flip it manually. This unlocks the switch, so even if I can't, you know, left click on it, because I flipped this light already, and it's not letting me flip it back. So that's okay. We can get around it. So what you can do is you can unlock it, and then you can actually click on the switch on the ground as you get closer. So okay, bail off the brake cylinders. Come on. Oh, no, never mind. Whoops. Whoops. Once again, tired, making mistakes. I make the mistakes so you don't have to. Come on, brakes up. Bring it to a stop. Thank you. Helps if I actually go forward. Small thing, isn't it, Mike?
Yep.
Alright, take it right into notch 4. We're slowly starting to creep. Go down to notch 3. I'm in the red. Train stats as of right now, 1.2 horsepower per ton. So I got a little bit lighter. I'm even picking up to 5 empties. I am 4,978. I was slightly over 5,000, so a little bit lighter. But we are also a little bit longer, 3,407 feet. 32 loads. We're almost split in half. 32 loads, 20 empties. All right, let's get a couple more notches in here. Now, honestly, even though it's like a slight uphill grade with string lining derailments turned on, I would probably end up breaking couplers. What's up, Christopher? Where is Fred? I fired Fred. We don't use Fred anymore. He's been retired. It's the EOT. How you doing, Chris? You're right, I should have a Fred on there. See if I can get on there while we're moving. Oh! There we go. Attach, yep, and open. Now we're good. Engineer view. Now you got a Fred. There you go. You got a Fred. Flashing rear end device. Your beat? So I haven't talked to you in a while, Chris. What'd you end up doing? Are you still here in the armpit of California, or did you end up going to Texas? Or am I thinking of somebody different? I think it's you. Okay, we're close. That's the light, which is that one right there. So I'm actually going to jump out, and I'm going to run ahead of this train. Actually, I'm going to go free fly up. Okay, I want to get on the ground. It's going to go there. And we're going to go, whoops, get back. Whoa, car almost hit me. Okay, we're lined into the yard. Let's go back to the train. Okay. Let's go to track HUD. That's what I thought. 20 from 55 down to 20 in just a little under 2 miles, and then down to 15 and under about 2 miles. So, what I was expecting. So basically, we need to be to about 20, between 20. Well, I'll just take it down to 15 miles an hour by the time we get to the Y. So I really don't want to get too much faster than this. Good for you, man. I'm glad you're still in the area. Been a while, though. Been a long while since we talked. You still playing Run 8? You have no time. I get that. I mean, I took like a 2-month hiatus from streaming, and honestly, mostly because I started really deep diving into Microsoft's Flight Simulator and how to do things over there. And pretty much as of this morning, I was down to, well, as of yesterday, I was down to Boeing 737 from PMDG, or the Phoenix Airbus A320, adding that and start flying those on a regular basis. So they're probably the most realistic, best sounding. Every button and switch works. I made a mistake and I bought an Embraer 190. Well, both it came with 170 and 190, and half the buttons and stuff in there. When you go to hover on them, it says inoperative, and when you bring up the flight tablet that the pilots actually use nowadays, there's nothing on it. There's nothing. But with the Phoenix, the flight tablet, you can actually, instead of using Microsoft, you can say, yeah, I want this thing on the runway ready to go, or I want it cold and dark at a gate. It gives you a lot of flexibility, and like I said, everything absolutely works. The clicking you just heard is actually relays inside the locomotive. So what it does is these relays, and I'm not technical, I'm just doing this off the cuff, so don't hold me to it, but it's like kicking in extra windings on the actual electric motors that are down by the axles. because as you're aware of, yeah, it's actually that's it. It's one set of windings kicking out, another set of windings kicking in, and it's that, and that's it. As you get faster, it kicks in more windings, so you can put more amperage to the axles. Because as you're probably aware of, the diesel engine powers either an alternator or a generator, and depending on whether the locomotive uses AC or DC, and I'm not going to get into that, but this is all automatic. It's just sound effects inside the game, but or inside the simulator. Let's slow this thing down a little bit. But that's all it really is that the diesel engine turns an alternator or generator, which generates electricity, which that electricity is supplied to electric motors that are connected to the axles. And this is what allows, like this, going into, if you look right here, I'm going into dynamic braking, and I can apply, and now I've turned, missed it. Other things came up. And then I didn't hear from you, or Chris, I didn't hear from you or Robert on that, because I thought we were all, the three of us were going to go together. And yeah, nothing. Robert kind of went one way, you went one way, and I went another. It's all right. So anyway, going back to this, I mean, by going into dynamic braking, I've now turned, if you're familiar with a Jake brake on a 18-wheeler, it's pretty much the same concept. I'm taking the axles, and I'm now turning the windings on the axles into a generator, and it's generating electricity. The fan sound you heard is the fan winding up, because that electricity goes to resistors that are up above the locomotive, and so that electricity is generated by the axles is then turned into heat, and the heat is then dissipated by the fans. And that's how that works. And how did I learn that? Through Run8. All right, 13 miles an hour, we're doing good. Let's go into slow speed.
Slow and absolute.
And Quincy is where I get to see it. Oh, okay. I bet I followed it on YouTube as it came through. It was actually really cool. Quincy White, Mr. White. All right.
Oh.
So I'm pretty much going back in the way I came out. Yep. So the blue that you see, the blue sign between the gauge, it's called right in the middle of the gauge between the rails, that is the track that we've set aside so that through trains have to, because they in order to get off the map to head like they're heading to Southern California, they have to go through the yard. So we've reserved that particular track for through trains. I got a 0.5% downhill grade, so this thing may start, yeah, no, it's slowing down on me. I'd rather have it slow down on me than speed up. You guys chased it through the Feather River? That's cool. Yeah, just sort of thing. A lot of things got. There's not obviously chasing my rabbit of Flight Simulator, but then just some other things got in the way. And yeah, when it came time to go, it's like, man, I haven't heard from Robert, haven't heard from Chris. I guess we're not going, so I just didn't go. And then that week, I was going to say, okay, you know what? Tell you what, I'll go up to Reno and go visit my daughter as long as we can go see it. But then she had something to do, so. It is what it is. Would have been nice to see it, but I'll tell you what, some people did some really good, fantastic artwork on the on YouTube, and the audio was really good too. Alright, I'm going to jump down on the ground and I am going to run in front of this. Actually go free fly. I just lost my track. Alright, that's the one that's coming. Let's get back on the ground. Just do it on the ground. Alright, stay here and run fast. Make sure that I've got all the switches set so I can go right into the receiving yard with this. And he's got a lot. I know he went back to work, I guess, new company. He's starting to put what he's learning in college to work. So, and then, you know, he's back to playing the games that he enjoys playing. I think it's some of that's a lot of, you know, let's do things together, honey, that kind of stuff, which, you know, I'm not going to fault that. I mean, trust me, if I could find a girl that would be well, honestly, best thing would be to find a girl that was in the trains who would want to do Run 8 with me, but it is what it is. All right, we're going to dip down, come back up. Flip this one. And I kind of want to go this way, I believe. And we're going to go, because this is the bowl. I'm concerned with this sitting here. Why would somebody park the trim there? Oh, God. Okay, I got time. Crap, I'm not going to move it. I don't have time. I got to relinquish the other one. Guess I got to bring it to a stop. Because that's the runaround track for the bowl. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Never, ever park anything. If you're going to park trim, park it somewhere inside the bowl, but not on the runaround track. All right, I'm going to e-stop this train. There we go. You guys can sit right there. All right, everything's neutral. They can sit there. Let's go move that. So let's see this. Technically then would actually get a blue sign between the gauge. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop one right here. So F6 and blue with a light. Boom. Nothing parked on this track. And then we're going to go down to the other end down here too. Hold on a second. Am I looking at this right? I mean, technically that's not really where you want to park the trim. Let me go free fly here for a minute, guys. So if I come out of here, I can come out this way and go this way. This is my runaround. This is where I want to go. Yeah, I was not looking at that right. All right. So let me get on the ground. I'll work my way backwards. That one. These two go to the shop. This one got pushed out earlier, so I know this track is clear. All right, so we're gonna go this way, this way. We're looking good. All right, we're gonna follow this. Perfect. Looking good. All right. So, okay, that's okay. I mean, I guess it's okay to put the trim there. It's not really where it should go. Huh. Okay. Texas made an offer but could not close it for what I was asking for. Gotcha. So they were trying to lowball you because Texas, I think, well, right to work state, I believe is what it is. And then the other thing is, too, their cost of living is not as high as California. So that's some of the stuff that you got to kind of take into account. I think the best place, honestly, if we're going to do trim, would be here on this track right there, or somewhere on one of these two tracks right here if you're going to park trim. All right, so we're coming down this one. All right, into there. Whoa. Okay, I gotta get on the other side. All right, so this is my train here. This is straight. Good. Here to flip this one. And that's good. Okay, we're good. So let's get back into that one. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I hit emergency panic brake. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So some of that, I mean, I don't think any company is obligated to help you move or help you find temporary housing. But if they know that you're starting out of state and they're saying you need to start in 2 days, I agree, that's ridiculous, because you're waiting to find out what's going on and you got to pack everything up, and you know, it just seems to me like that's the way. Hey, we made an offer but he turned it down, so we're doing our part to look for employees. That's part of that game. Alright, 15 miles an hour, but we use Depot Plus rules. It's 10 miles an hour in the yard, so I'll put it to 11. So, which, you know, I get it. I mean, it was terrible for you, Chris, because I know you were looking to go back. It wasn't for you. It was more for the missus, you know, getting back into an area that's near her family, and I get that, what you're trying to do. It's just, I mean, I get the disappointment, and I feel sorry for you. So... No, it's actually pretty cool because that building is real right there. That's exactly what it looks like. And you get on Amtrak and you go through the Roseville Yard, you get to see that building. It's sitting there. I think a lot of the stuff that they do, they'll park a lot of rail cars like close to the main. These are cars that, you know, obviously maybe need a repair, locomotives that need a repair, whatever it might be. They're parked close to the main, so you can't see as to what's going on in the yard. I don't know if that's something that they do, because I notice every time I've gone through Roseville, you know, I know where the bowl is, I know where the receiving yard is, but it's hard seeing it because there's always cars parked, you know, a string of cars parked all along the main. So I think that's done on purpose. And there's probably some security-minded issue for it, but it is what it is. That was pretty much the update for Run 8 was because of the new car pack. Typically, I haven't seen anything, felt anything that was Run 8. I looked at what was done. I think there might have been some new assets that were added because I saw some stuff. There was a couple of new assets that were added, but mostly I think it was for the car pack. If you follow Tower Simulator at all, there was a huge update for Tower Sim, and it greatly improved Tower Simulator. So the frame rate's higher now. Lag is nothing, and the new features are really exceptional quality of life features on that. And I think one of the biggest upgrades to Tower Sim 3 is the voice activation is spot on. When I was flying, you know, controlling planes out of LaGuardia, I had no hiccups whatsoever in the voice activation. So I'm thinking tomorrow I might do a Tower Sim 3 stream. I was doing one the other day. I did the morning one, the morning rush, which was handled. Then the next one was for LaGuardia was easy casual afternoon. Okay, so I just relaxed, and it's not easy and casual. That was definitely a misnomer. Yeah, it was. Oh my God, where are all these planes coming from? Both inbound and outbound. So depending on when I run it, you're updating Railroader right now? I haven't been. You know, I've done Railroader. I took all the DLCs off except for Birdtown. I put that on. Other than that, yeah, I played Railroader for a little bit. I think the updates, I'm not sure when the last time Railroader was updated. I might have to click on, when I get done with my stream, I might have to click on it and see. Those two locomotives there are not hump yard locomotives. I just got lazy. I took the locomotives that were on the end of it and added the word hump to them on their tag. 200 plus cars a day? Holy crap. I restarted too. When I removed all the DLCs, all the add-ons and mods and everything. Yeah, I restarted it. Birdtown's interesting. I don't know. I think it's just it's the money aspect of the game. It's like farming sim. You're farming to make money. Railroader, you're playing trains to make money. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel. What's this? Huh, interesting. I mean, hopefully just a shadow. I don't have smoke coming out from anywhere. Yeah, I think a lot of what killed it for me was interchange to interchange and some kind of madness. So that actually kind of killed it for me. Birdtown is interesting because I added it because it's before Bryson. So there's a lot of work that you can do just before you get to Bryson. Let's count this down. I want to go make myself something to eat, but there's people in the kitchen, and with my COVID, I don't want to get around people. Even though I tested negative, I'm still trying to stay away from people because I'm still not 100%. And I mean, there's still that option that, hey, you know what? You may test negative, but you're a carrier. Great. Alright, so 6 hours and 42 minutes. I'm just going to call it a 7-hour day running this particular, this local, the RV64. So, yeah, so it wasn't right, man. It's about, yeah, just, you know, we'll call it 7 hours. 7 to 8 hours to do this local, but there's some things that we can do, and I think I'll write that up when I get done streaming here as soon as I clear that switch. I got 2,000 feet more to go. So I honestly think I don't know, I think I might be lighter coming in, but I think I'm longer coming in too than what I was when I left. I should have taken notes on what my consist was. I didn't do that. We'll do a quick bird's eye view of these yards. For anybody that's not familiar with the NorCal map, like I did earlier, I'll do a quick bird's eye view. What I'm coming into, obviously, receiving yard. All inbound trains come into here. Now that train right here is actually going to be an outbound train. It's going to West Colton, so any cars that are bound for West Colton will be added to this train, and then we'll just send it out from the receiving yard. So we're kind of actually kind of using this side of the track for building trains, but the only train that gets built over here that goes outbound are trains going to West Colton. So everything else. All right, we are clear. Dynamic brakes on, train brakes on. Bring this thing to a stop. There, speaking of through train, there's one going eastbound right there. All right, so we're going to set everything to neutral, take the brakes off, hit the button to tie down the entire train, go to ground. See, brakes are already applied. We're just going to shut down. Shut down. And last but not least, turn the lights off. There we go. Alright, so honestly we could also go inside. If we go back to the engineer's view, we got breakers we can flip off. Everything's turned off. Alright, so we're good. So at this point we can click on this one and click relinquish. We no longer own this train. So if anybody wants to come work it. So that's the one that we just brought in. You can kind of see how long it is compared to how much more room we had to go. So it pretty much filled that track. And then this is the bowl here. These don't belong there. I'll move those later. So the actual hump locomotives are connected. Where are you guys connected? Right down here. These two here are the two hump locomotives. So anyway, this is the receiving yard. Here's the bowl. So as everything goes over, it goes into certain tracks here divided up by the different locals, whether it's going to Roseville or Sparks, or if it's going to West Colton, Ogden, or Hinkle. So it all gets divided up right here. Trains are then built. Typically over here, we have a Sparks train. What is this one? I don't know where that came from. So we have Sparks trains over here, getting ready to go out. Over here. Now this is the city yard. Then this yard over here are trains that are heading. So this is the next RV64 going out. And we need to build. Let's see, we've got some RV60s, RV62, RV49. Sparks. Wait a minute. Why is that RV49 on that Sparks track? Question. Sparks 49, RV49. I think that's supposed to be a Sparks. I think LLC is Sparks. So these might need to be changed. So anyway, that's the receiving yard. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the bowl. This is the outbound yard. Engine shops over here and over here and over here. Roseville maintenance away tracks there. So we have tank farm here. Sand is over here somewhere too. So that's the Roseville Yard. And if I bring up the dispatch screen, this is the entire dispatch screen. You only have one. Sparks down here. Roseville's up here. I'm actually going to go down to to Sparks. So I sent Mike 2 trains. Let's see if they came in. I see 2 trains.
Yeah, they're there.
Yep, there they are. So he's got 2 trains that just came in, and all these cars or the majority of these cars are all for his shop. So, which his shop track is right here. So he's got a lot of work to do. A lot of switching those out, and then his shop track has. Well, he's got a car. It's got to go. Let's see. He's got one going to Ogden. Here's Sparks, local 56, LEL. Another local, Tahoe Truckee Lumber. That's up in Truckee. Sparks. Nothing for Roseville out of that. We'll have to take a look at that too. See why it's not pulling Roseville. But anyway, Mike's got a lot to do down here. But yeah, you can tell it's all flat switching down here in the Sparks yard. But anyway, I digress. So that's it. I mean, right here at 6 hours, 51 minutes. It's time to end the stream, guys. It's been a lot of fun. Chris, good to see you. Mike, thanks for hanging out in here with me. Marmot, thanks for the question. Grandpa Rex, we'll see you later. Scar, we'll see you later. Get it done. We'll see you later as well, too. And everybody else that jumped in, you guys know who you are. My name is Kurt H. I'm the Lazy Farmer. Have a good evening.
Yep, thanks for the trade.
But thank you anyway.